There is a difference between squeezing positions and having a policy event that drives durable change. And I think the polls of the last couple of days starting to squeeze some of those positions, the longs at the long end of the Treasury curve, elsewhere in the equity market, driving that internal rotation. It is only when you wake up November 4th that you really start to appreciate policy. And just remember 4 years ago, many people didn't anticipate that the president would be Donald Trump. They also didn't anticipate the outcome of the president being Donald Trump, which was a market that ripped. And it took about 5 minutes for people to get their hands around it. And I think it's still too early to make a decision with any conviction of what a Biden presidency, a potential Biden presidency, would mean for this market over the long term. We can sit here and say with conviction it will squeeze positions quite easily because this market is positioned for a contested election. But sitting here with confidence and conviction to say it will mean anything else beyond 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12, I think that's too difficult still.
Oil printing $40 a barrel. West Texas Intermediate 40.00. Brent crude 42.07. Gold up $3, 19.23 the ounce. As John mentions, you've got to be in the market to play in the market, and Robert Dahl of Nuveen has done that for years. Bob Dahl joins us this morning. Bob, how do you stay in a market here with all this uncertainty?
You recognize that the underlying economic fundamentals and therefore earnings, we're in a reflationary period. You all just summed it up very well in the last few minutes.
We do okay, Bob?
You're doing great. You're doing great. You see, we're about to get amazing third quarter GDP. I know that's history. It's a good third quarter earnings. Reasonable outlook for the fourth quarter fiscal policy package or not. We're seeing precious metals. We're seeing industrial commodities moving up. Obviously the stock market cyclicals are beginning to do a little bit better, and even the bond market is waking up to say inflation's not going to be zero forever.
What do you make of the relative story right now, Bob, between Europe and the United States? 3 months ago, the happy talk around Europe was almost deafening. And now you don't hear much of it anymore. And the momentum, relatively speaking, is not in Europe right now. It's in the U.S., Bob.
No question about it. Our economy came back faster because our policy mix was gargantuan and fast. I mean, you can't find another period in history monetary and fiscal policy was this quick and this aggressive, and that has buoyed our economy and got us out of what could have gotten to be a longer and deeper recession when we shut the economy off. And that's why the U.S. is doing well.
So I sense where you want to be, the United States over potentially Europe. Let's talk about where in the United States you'd like to be. Yesterday, we saw that internal rotation that the likes of JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs and others are talking about, that move to the cyclical parts of the equity market. Bob, why do you think we can have a sustainable move there and not just a position squeeze?
Well, there is some position squeezing going on, no question. I think it's not an either or. I think it's a both and. If you've been successful in equities, you've had technology and healthcare and not many small stocks and not many cyclicals until the last few weeks. Now it's a both and. We had the run, for example, in financials yesterday. Today it might be the tech stocks coming on again. We've had this rotation with an upward trend that's going to continue. I like some of the consumer cyclical names, the Best Buys, Lowe's, Targets, even some of the home builders. I'm not giving up on health care. I think there are good news there regardless of who gets selected. The stocks are not expensive. So they're the places I would camp out. Where's the cash flow? Can you reinvest it for some growth? And are you doing well and making money and cash flow in an environment that is post-coronavirus?
Bob, the most read story on the Bloomberg yesterday had to do with Wall Street analysts saying that a Biden win could be a bull case for U.S. equities. There was a lot of pushback, people saying it's just people going with their political beliefs. But, Bob, do you adhere to this narrative that a Democrat sweep, both of the Senate, the House, and the presidency would be positive for markets?
Probably initially, yes, because we will get a fiscal policy spending that will buoy the economy further, probably more than if it's a re-election of Donald Trump, particularly if it's a mixed Congress in that sense. Longer term, if you're going to have tax increases, you're going to have re-regulation, that's not great for the market. So there could be this whiff in the air of the positive reflationary trade, as I mentioned, getting goosed a bit from some fiscal policy spending, and then people will wake up and say, not so fast.
Well, and this has to do particularly with tech stocks, big tech stocks, because not only do you have an increasing antitrust sentiment that is growing certainly among the Democratic Party in Washington, D.C., but as you said, the tax changes that Joe Biden would implement would disproportionately hit big tech companies, according to analysis by Bank of America. Would you go underweight tech in a Democrat sweep?
I wouldn't go underweight. I would probably have less in a Democrat suite than I would if the president is reelected. But I wouldn't go underweight. The underlying growth is just so powerful. COVID was a positive for the tech sector. Look, we're going to have, under either administration, continued queries of those companies. And look, the camel's nose under the tent. The government wants more money from these companies, and that will hurt the multiples. I'm not sure it's going to hurt the earnings.
Hey, Bob, great to catch up, sir. Don't leave it so long next time. Bob Dole there, Nuveen, Chief Equity Strategist. Thank you very much. The President of the United States, active on Twitter in the last hour. Here's one of them in just the last few moments. A tweet on flu season coming up. I'll read just a part of this tweet. Are we going to close down our country? No, we have learned to live with it, just like we are learning to live with COVID, in most populations far less lethal. Now, Tom, let's put this together with a poll we had from CNN out just a couple of hours ago, 57-41. What was interesting about that poll, when you get into the details from CNN, is that the president was not losing ground that he was holding to Joe Biden. Joe Biden was taking it from elsewhere. And what's intriguing about this poll is that the support of the president is not gaining from new areas that he needs to tap into. And I think comments like that, they resonate with his base. They won't resonate with the areas of of the demographics elsewhere, Tom, that he needs to be tapping into and needs to be winning.
Well, this is an important observation, John. And what I would suggest in the conversations we're having here on radio and TV, it's simple. All the experts are telling us he's just simply going to his base. I don't see in any of the activity of the last 4 or 5 days, I can't remember, the calendar becomes a blur, but I don't see any indication he's going to the marginal voter.
To quote CNN, the president does not appear to have made any gains among the groups his campaign needs to attract in order to dent Biden's long-standing lead. Now, Tom, you've got the details on this poll. It's not a huge amount of people to survey, of course, and it's incredibly random. But I think that snapshot, that will resonate with a lot of people.
Well, yeah, the next 3 or 4 polls, and again, the battleground, you mentioned, John, the battleground state polls, I think we need 10 polls now just to see where the landscape is. I'm going to suggest it's not 57-41, but nevertheless, the gap is the gap.
Coming up on this, Ed Mills, looking forward to catching up with him. Raymond James, Washington policy analyst, coming up very shortly. From London and New York, your price action shaping up as follows. Equity futures +3. We're positive about 0.1%. Outside of that, I know equity's got a lift Monday, but let's face it, for anyone not buried in stockland, it's about the bond market, Tom Keene. 0.78% is your yield on a 10-year.
I need 29,000.
Just can't do it. Just can't get out. You got any commentary on crude? 40 handle. Do you like that?
Yeah.
No? Euro dollar 118. You want to tell us your positioning around foreign exchange? Don't fancy it?
No.
We could do this all day, Tom.
Can
we get to the next screen? There isn't one. From London and New York, this is Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Ritika Gupta. President Trump and his allies look to capitalize on his release from the hospital. They're painting his return to the White House as a metaphor for his strength a month before the election. Meanwhile, the president is pointing to his own experience to implore Americans not to fear the coronavirus. A new CNN poll shows Joe Biden's lead over President Trump has expanded. 57% of the likely voters surveyed back Biden, 41% back the president. The CNN poll was conducted entirely after last Tuesday's debate and mostly after the president's coronavirus infection was made public. The European Union is ready to call Boris Johnson's bluff. Bloomberg has learned that the EU has no plans to offer concessions to the British Prime Minister before next week's Brexit deadline. It's betting Johnson won't make good on threats to walk away from trade talks if he doesn't get what he wants. And SpaceX has finally launched a Falcon 9 rocket carrying 60 Starlink internet satellites. They'll join hundreds of others in orbit around the Earth. Recent launches have been plagued by a variety of problems. 2 were just halted last week, just before liftoff. SpaceX's billionaire CEO Elon Musk said he would check launch pads at Florida's Cape Canaveral before today's mission. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
The scale of the climate crisis is just staggering, but you can't let that be an excuse for doing nothing. So to fight climate change, we can't be overwhelmed by the seeming impossibility of the task at hand.
Inclusive multilateralism is about bringing more voices to the table, resulting in more ideas, more solutions, and more climate action.
As a signatory to the Global Covenant of Mayors, Charlotte has joined thousands of cities and regions in a commitment to accelerate ambitious, measurable climate and energy initiatives.
Local communities across our nation are stepping up in unprecedented ways to respond to the ongoing challenges of our climate crisis.
We'll see what is the cost, what is the reliability, but without innovation, a lot of innovation, we won't be able to get there.
When everything around us, including the way we work and live, has been interrupted, uninterrupted service is peace of mind. CUNY from customer support is responding to a 500% increase in daily call volume, no matter what. We keep on, so you can keep on.
I think what we've seen during this period of time is that communicating via video is not a fad. We are using it in all aspects of our lives, for work, for learning, for communicating, for staying in touch.
This is a market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
I stood out front, I led. Nobody that's a leader would not do what I did. And I know there's a risk, there's a danger, but that's okay. And now I'm better, and maybe I'm immune, I don't know.
The President of the United States addressing the nation and also the world in the last 24 hours, out of hospital and checking back into the White House. From London and New York, good morning to you all. Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. 1 hour, 12 minutes away from your opening bell. Your price action shaping up as follows. Equity futures on the S&P 500. They bounced back up 0.1%. In foreign exchange, euro-dollar almost 118. We approached that level at about 117.96-ish. And in the FX market, that's the story for you. Stronger euro, slightly weaker dollar on that currency pair. And the bond market, 0.78%. On a 10-year. We approach 80 basis points on a 10-year yield. Chairman Powell very much in focus. Keep beating this drum, though, Tom. Data, so far okay. so far this week?
Well, correlated okay this week, but we had a pause there 3-4 hours ago, and we really recovered nicely here again. Futures up 3, the VIX 28.34. What we've really tried to do, Lisa Bramwitz, Jonathan Farrow, and myself, is avoid the punditry and try to talk to people with skill sets of our politics, of our economy, and of the nation as well. Edward Mills is the Washington policy analyst at Raymond James. That doesn't describe his service to the nation as staff for the House Financial Services Committee and working with the Congresswoman from New York City, Carolyn Maloney, over the years. Ed Mills joins us right now. Ed, the punditry is being buffeted around by the virus, by the president, by the debate performance, and all the rest. Do you discern a clear policy of Trump or a clear policy of Biden, or does that remain after the election?
You know, I think we've been kind of somewhat devoid of some of the policy discussions, partly because, you know, as you have highlighted, this for Donald Trump is about energizing his base. And so kind of any action that he comes out with is trying to see if he can kind of get someone who supported him in 16 that didn't show up to come and show up here in 20. And for the Biden campaign, what I've seen is they want this to be a referendum on Trump. They don't want it to be a choice between the two candidacies, because when it is a referendum on Trump, that's where they are the strongest politically. Trump would like to make it a choice between the two and try some of the most kind of unpopular policies of the Democratic Party to Biden, but Biden has kind of so far largely kind of ignored getting into the details, so it does not turn into that choice election.
Ed, we see that in the polls, though, don't we? The base is energized for the president. It has been. We haven't seen it fade away. It's been strong, reliable, resilient for a long, long time. Is it enough, Ed?
I don't know yet. I mean, I think that if you go on polls alone, you would say clearly that it is not enough. I think if you are looking at the data, say, you know, kind of one of the swing states, the state of Wisconsin, a state that Donald Trump won by fewer than 25,000 votes, you look at kind of where is his base in Wisconsin, and you recognize that where he did the strongest were white working class males. Well, there were almost 500,000 voters in Wisconsin in that demographic that didn't vote last time. And so kind of if Donald Trump has a chance of winning this, is that once again, there would be some sort of state-level polling error and kind of the turnout metrics that we're using are incorrect. I think they have decided that's their best chance of winning. If he is successful or not, I think there's a very small margin of error there, and I think it is a much more difficult task than pivoting, trying to pick up the voters in the middle, but it is maybe an indication of how few undecided voters there are at this point.
Ed, as Tom and John were talking about this morning, there's a lot of focus on that CNN poll showing a 16 percentage point gap with Biden out in the lead ahead of Trump. Do you buy these polls, and do you think, or do you have any sort of quantification of the likelihood of a Democrat sweep come the first Tuesday in November?
Yeah, we at Raymond James have kind of published that a Democratic sweep is the most likely scenario, and we've been saying that for months. You know, I think that these polls, you know, because it came at a specific point in time when there has been a big news event, I kind of take it as a indication of maybe a spot in time. People will look back 4 years ago, immediately after the Access Hollywood tapes, and there were some polls that Donald Trump were down 14 percentage points in.
Yep.
And so we need to still kind of maintain kind of the difference between the national polls, the difference between kind of what happens after shock events, and recognize that this is 2020 and there's a lot still left to happen between now and Election Day. It does seem to be kind of clear where this election kind of has been trending, but that does not mean that's where it ends up.
Edward Mills, you are maybe more qualified than anybody on the planet to describe a Biden presidency from the 12th Congressional District of New York to the 14th Congressional District, which is Maloney of 27 years of service and AOC up a little bit north of there. Can Biden be a president and pay homage to the liberal left as well as the middle ground, or is that a pipe dream?
You know, I think there's going to be a lot of tension if he wins between kind of various camps within the Democratic Party. I think that there, is going to be some effort to kind of have some unification. You saw that already with kind of adding AOC and John Kerry to a climate agenda, having an agreement between the Sanders campaign and the Biden campaign on a whole host of issues. He is someone who's been in D.C. for 47 years. Compromise used to be something that won you elections. In the last decade or so, compromise is a dirty word in D.C., and it's akin to selling out. I do think that, kind of Biden, someone who was in the Senate for 40 years, is probably going to focus most on kind of the new senators who get elected and some of the more moderate senators, seeing what they can get and what is the art of the possible. Because perfect can't be the enemy of good, or you don't get anything done.
Ed Mills, great to catch up, sir. Good to hear from you. Ed Mills there, Washington policy analyst at Raymond James. Tom, I think we all reflect on what Ed had to say and hope that in the coming days we do focus a little bit more on policy, particularly with the debate with the vice presidents, the current vice president and potential future vice president tomorrow evening. And in the future as well, if we get the debate in Miami, Florida, between the presidential candidates, I hope that can be a policy focus too, because it was severely lacking in the last one.
Well, we're going to find out, I think, in the next number of hours, really, how this debate in Miami will go. Of course, the zeitgeist is a virtual debate, and the president doesn't want a mute button, et cetera. But I really wonder, John, how they're going to do it in 15 days. As some of our guests have said, it's still a fair amount of time to figure out how to get to October 15th.
4 weeks away from that election, just around the corner.
28
Equity futures
days.
shaping up as follows. This Tuesday morning, we look a little something like this. The S&P up 4. We advance around about 0.1% on the S&P 500. Foreign exchange, euro-dollar, 118 handle going into President Lagarde and Chairman Powell speaking a little bit later, separately, not together. In the bond market, just south of 80 basis points on a 10-year. We're getting there, 0.79%. From London and New York, alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. This is Bloomberg.
What would you say are the leadership qualities that you brought to the table or that you most admire?
I don't always have to be the smartest person in the room. I know collectively what a team needs, and I love having really great debates.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
From London and New York, this is Bloomberg Surveillance for our audience worldwide. We're live on Bloomberg TV and radio alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz. I'm Jonathan Ferro. On this Tuesday morning, October 6th, your equity market turning around. Futures up 4 points, up 0.1%. With your economic data in America, here is Michael McKee.
Good morning to you, John. Well, we have the U.S. trade deficit out for the month of August, and it is another new record deficit of $67.1 billion. Up from 63.6 in July, and it does suggest then a little bit of a drag on third quarter growth, even though third quarter growth overall is reasonably good. Exports were up by 2.2% during the month to 171.9 billion. Imports, though, up by 3.2%, 239 billion. So many more imports than exports for the U.S., and the trade deficit widens again. That is probably a problem for Donald Trump if anybody gets around to talking about things like the economy in the debates, because, of course, he promised to get rid of the trade deficit and to get rid of the trade deficit with China as well, and that's kept widening.
Mike, I want you to address the doom and gloom crew who are going to look at this with dollar weaker here, 93.36 on DXY. Address the doom and gloom crew that say the world's coming to an end and the only solution is dollar depreciation.
Yeah. Well, the problem is that we spend more than we take in, and so we need to have a trade deficit. It widens the trade deficit. We embraced dis-saving in 2017 when the tax cuts were put into place, and so you're going to have a wider trade deficit on a regular basis. At the same time, you've got the Fed with a little bit tighter policy, than they have in Europe and Japan, where they've got negative rates. So we are attracting capital from overseas and, again, creating that trade deficit, and it widens.
Yeah. Well, Mike, I want to go into something that you mentioned, which is that the trade deficit that the U.S. has with China is actually deepening. What's the anatomy of that? Is that the U.S. importing PPE and other medical equipment from China and not exporting as much? And how far are we away from the targets that were implemented?
We're quite a bit of ways away from it. You can see, I think you had a chart prepared that shows that we're about halfway there to what they said they would buy, but we're 3/4 of the way through the year. And so at this point, the Chinese are a long way from living up to the phase one trade deal. Now, a lot of that has to do with the pandemic and the fact that demand in China is down, so they don't need as much stuff from the United States. And there are also the political aspects of it. Are they not buying because they don't like what Donald Trump has been doing? That's hard to tease out, but it can be measured both in renminbi and in dollars, and either way you look at it, we're only about halfway there. Now, the only numbers that count as far as the deal is concerned is the end of the year. So they still have time, but a lot of trade experts are saying they're not going to make it.
One final question, Michael. My chart of the year, I think 2 years ago, was the twin deficits, which was from decades ago. Michael, you and I are just barely old enough to remember that. We have exploded out on fiscal deficit and trade deficit to something that to you and me and to President Reagan is unimaginable. Do the economists that you speak to feel we can rebound from this horrific twin deficits?
Well, first you have to say, is it a real problem? And so far it's not been proving to be a real problem.
Fair.
But over a period of time, yes, we can rebound from that. Nobody expected us to go into a budget surplus in the late 1990s, but we did. So if the right policies are adopted, you can get there. It's going to be much harder, though, because the hole is so much deeper.
The hole is extraordinary. Michael McKee, thank you so much, our international economics and policy correspondent, of course, with this timely interview yesterday with Mr. Evans of Chicago. Thomas Costard, Pictet Wealth Management Senior U.S. Economist, joins us. Let me cut to the chase, Thomas, and that is simply, does all this discussion of trade deficit matter? A lot of people dismiss it. I'm from the old school, no, I will not. Does this burgeoning deficit matter?
Well, there's definitely a political element to that. I mean, we know that Donald Trump did promise to cut the deficit, and we're just seeing that it's reaching record highs. So, definitely from a political angle, it has some importance. Now, from an economic standpoint, I don't think it has. I don't think it's really a factor for the U.S. dollar. I think the U.S. dollar is much more driven by global growth, and also the difference between global growth and U.S. growth, as well as the differential in interest rates. What we're seeing so far is that the Fed has been cutting rates to zero. So actually all countries in the world are more or less at zero right now. So that's probably a headwind to the dollar going forward.
Do you think, Thomas, that the market right now is overpricing or underpricing the U.S. recovery?
Well, it's hard to say. I think the recovery is more fragile than widely thought. I think it really depends on fiscal stimulus. I think what you're seeing now is the data seems to be ebbing. If you look at jobless claims, if you look at spending, if you look at incomes, I think the U.S. economy needs a new dose of fiscal stimulus. I think it will come, but there's a high uncertainty about that. But definitely the problem is, the U.S. economy cannot go on its own two legs. I think it needs support.
Well, Thomas, many people said that as we got deeper into the summer, and here we are in October looking at the September ISM, and it was pretty decent. What explains that?
Right. I mean, the ISM is a survey that only says whether, things are looking better or worse. Doesn't say anything about the quality of the recovery. I think if you look at employment, we're still down by about half in terms of job losses. You're seeing permanent job losses also rising. I think you're looking at Q4 growth at around 0%, actually. So that will be a big plateau for Q4 growth after a strong rebound in Q3. So the U.S. economy is at risk of stalling, and I think that's the risk going forward.
Well, Thomas, I'm sure if the ISM fit the narrative, we'd be pointing to the ISM as a data point to support your view. And right now, that ISM is pretty decent. It correlates pretty well with GDP over time, doesn't it, Thomas? That forward momentum in the United States economy, I'm not saying it hasn't decelerated, but it's still there. And relative to Europe, the happy talk around Europe seems to have gone away pretty quickly, Thomas. What are your thoughts on that?
Indeed, the situation in Europe is more, I think, getting more challenging, especially in the south of Europe. I think we're getting some bad news out of Spain, but also from the UK, for instance. And on top of that, you still have this Brexit Damocles sword over Europe, and I think that's a key challenge, because if we get no deal, I think that could be a threat to European growth in next year. So you're right to point out that the recovery in Europe is fragile, and what you're seeing in Europe is also a strong acceleration in new coronavirus cases. So that could weigh on business confidence, on consumer confidence, and weigh on the recovery as well. So the question is, who's the worst in the recovery? Probably at this stage, Europe is probably the worst. Yeah.
Yeah, but what's the run rate here of all these different GDPs? I mean, are you just modeling in your head that we're going to recover and go at 80% of what we were doing in January, or is it 70? I mean, do you have a number in your head where that markdown is on the run rate?
So, the good thing about the U.S. is that there's been a strong fiscal stimulus in the spring, and that has really helped the recovery. I think in Europe, the fiscal programs have been less powerful and less ambitious. So that's point number one. Point number two is that the U.S., I think, will go back to pre-crisis GDP levels by Q1 2022. That's much faster than in Europe. I think you should wait until late 2022, if not 2023, to recover the pre-coronavirus levels. So as usual in Europe, the recovery from a crisis in Europe is always slower than in the U.S.
Right.
Now, having said this, it doesn't mean that the U.S. could still grow more faster, and that would need more stimulus, I think. Everywhere, actually, economies need more stimulus.
What's the unemployment rate in the United States? We're making news day to day here on all these single-digit numbers, and yet, Thomas, people say, no, forget about it. It's near double-digit or true double-digit. What is it?
No, I think the official unemployment rate is actually quite fair, but it's high. I mean, we're nearly at 8% in the U.S. We're below 4% going into the coronavirus crisis. So what you've seen is, I think, this coronavirus crisis is leading to an employment shock of around 3% of the labor force everywhere. Actually, you see that in the UK, for instance, where the unemployment rate could rise by around 3 to 4%. And in the US as well, I think we're settling in this 3 to 4% increase. And that's due to, people working in services, in leisure, hospitality, tourism, travel. Those people are being affected for the foreseeable future, and that's the damage to the labor market. Let's hope that we don't have spillovers into other sectors. So far, that's not the case, but I think there's also a risk now that there are spillovers to other sectors. I think what I'm fearful of right now is firms. I think firms may be starting to cut on capex, and that would be definitely a negative for growth going forward if you saw firms starting to cut on capex due to lack of confidence in the economy and in the recovery.
Well, Thomas, what do you think is the more dominant force? Because there's two issues here. One is consumer confidence and the other is corporate confidence and capital spending, as you point out. Is it the consumer disengaging because of the fears of the COVID-19 outbreak and the surge in various places and zip codes in New York City, across Europe and elsewhere? Or is it corporations pulling back? What's the bigger concern for you?
Well, I think the problem in the U.S. is that there's also uncertainty linked to the election. So I think that could also weigh on consumer and corporate confidence. I think what you saw so far is that corporate confidence has been actually quite resilient. You saw that in the ISMs, as you pointed out. However, I think it is at risk because, firms want to see demand. And if demand starts to evaporate, and then I think that could weigh on investment. And, someone else's investment is someone else's demand. So that's, I think, the problem. So I'm going to watch very closely corporate sentiment going forward more than consumer sentiment.
Tom, always smart. Always smart. Thomas Kosterg there, Pictet Wealth Management, joining us on the need for more fiscal stimulus almost universally and worldwide. Tom, keen to focus at the moment down in Washington as well, though. I've got to say, this just feels like campaigning going to election season more than it does real negotiating taking place in Washington.
I agree with that strongly, and the difference from 32 days to election to 28 days is profound. Imagine where we're going to be 26, 25, 19 days to election as well. Now is the crazy political season. There's just a few other stories going on as well.
Equity market turning around a little bit, up 0.2% on the S&P 500. Talked about the squeeze in the bond market yesterday. Let's get the cross-asset board up and take a sneak peek. I'll run through some of the numbers for you. Your 10-year yield, 0.7851%. Big turnaround. Big turnaround. Tom, I feel like I've been saying 0.65, 0.67 for the last month
Oil brings
or so.
it on.
Get up to 79 basis points. And as crude ticks higher, as Tom points out, up 2 percentage points and change. $40 and about 10 cents from London and New York. This is Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Ritika Gupta. President Trump says there's no reason to fear the coronavirus that has killed more than 210,000 Americans. The president has been released from the hospital where he was treated for the virus. A White House doctor says he may not be entirely out of the woods yet. The president will receive further care over the coming days. President Trump intends to be ready to debate Joe Biden next week, despite just being released from the hospital. That's according to Trump campaign spokesman Tim Murtaugh. But Murtaugh says the campaign will not agree to the moderator being able to mute the candidates when their time has expired. That could prevent the kind of interruptions that marred last week's debate. And the CDC says the coronavirus can spread indoors through the air beyond 6 feet. That's guidance that could now pose new challenges for schools and businesses that are trying to reopen safely. The CDC's update says the virus can spread through particles that linger in the air and infect people separated by distances that had been considered safe. The Supreme Court has reinstated a Republican-backed requirement that witnesses sign every absentee ballot in South Carolina. Democrats argue that will make it harder for thousands of people to vote. The ruling will not affect absentee ballots that have already been cast. Global News 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
The Boston Symphony Orchestra presents BSO at Home. While you stay inside, enjoy a curated collection of archived concerts and behind-the-scenes stories from BSO musicians. BSO Homeschool provides lessons for music lovers of all ages. New performances and messages from musicians are added regularly. Enjoy these selections and much more at bso.org/at-home.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They've moved the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here?
It's a huge market, it's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
Live coverage of the vice presidential debate. That starts on Wednesday night at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
Welcome to That's Debatable, an interactive series on today's most pressing issues. The resolution this time, is it time to redistribute the wealth? Two perspectives.
Pointing to billionaires and saying we should take their money away is ineffective political strategy.
We have a choice in this country, either great wealth in the hands of a few or a democracy.
I'm John Donvan. Join us for That's Debatable, presented by Bloomberg and Intelligence Squared, Friday at 7 p.m.
Valuations, particularly, sort of technology landscape, have gotten to some pretty extraordinary levels. So I think it's not a surprise. I don't think it's any indication of the beginning of the end, but I do think markets don't like uncertainty.
Economic recovery has been, pretty good. In fact, it's been a little quicker than I was expecting back in June when I submitted a forecast. I had been, quite nervous about, there's a normal recovery where we get back to the level of where we were going into this, sometime, in 2022 maybe, and then, we seem to have been doing better than that.
Charles Evans, the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago president, sitting down to talk with Bloomberg's Michael McKee in the last 24 hours. Coming up a little bit later on Bloomberg TV, looking forward to catching up with the wonderful Lisa Shallett, Morgan Stanley Wealth Management CIO. We'll do that in around about an hour. We'll talk about the politics as well, Tom. Let me leave you with this one. It comes from Suffolk University USA Today poll on Florida. It has the former Vice President Joe Biden and the President of the United States tied, Tom, at 45-45. Yeah. We talked about the national polls in the last couple of days. These are the ones that really matter to a lot of people. The swing states, Florida, 45-45.
The Hispanic vote and the Cuban vote down there, very, very important, as well as we talked to the gentleman from the 6th Congressional District moments ago. 6% undecided, John, and you've got to really believe he thinks a little bit of TV money will be spent on that 6% undecided. We will have to see.
Tom, just a little bit.
Just a little bit, like gazillions of dollars. John Farrell, thank you so much. Futures up 6, Dow futures up 140. Right now on what to do with the market, what to do going forward, Barry Ritholtz joins us with Bloomberg Opinion and also with Bloomberg Wealth. This is a new Jed Sandberg project here at Bloomberg. It is trying to do personal finance where, A, here's the advice of what to do, but just as importantly, what not to do right now. Barry, what is the number one thing to not do given the cacophony of news?
Don't get sucked into the maelstrom. Understand that minute to minute, hour to hour is not relevant to what you're saving and investing for. If you're 40 years old or you're not retiring for another 2 or 3 decades, who cares what happens on a Tuesday at 8 a.m.? It's just not relevant. People live in the moment. It's very hard to think in terms of decades.
The hard part about this, folks, I'd say, is a lot of people learn over years and usually learn by enjoying losing money that it's okay to stay up with the news flow and the zeitgeist, but you've got to keep in mind long-term investment. Barry, how do you balance that? How do you stay in the zeitgeist, stay current, but push it aside when you look at investment and not speculation?
Right. I love what the brilliant Howard Marks says. Experience is what you get when you don't get what you want. So one of the ways to not fall prey to that is to have a financial plan that accommodates your short-term, day-to-day, monthly budgeting needs, as well as what you're saving for. And that could be anything from generational wealth transfer on the upper scale of income and wealth to simply things like paying for kids' college and being able to retire comfortably. As long as you have an understanding of what you're working for, and software today is so great, you can map out to a high degree of confidence what the world is going to look like if you do A, B, and C over the next 30 years. You can have a sense of exactly what you're going to be either leaving your kids or leaving your foundation or being able to spend in retirement. It's really important to think and plan so you understand exactly what you're getting into.
Barry, I still think that probably is the quote of the year of 2020. Experience is what you get when you don't get what you want. We're all getting a lot of experience this year. This is a key question, though, to be having on in 2020 when yields are going to nothing. The 60-40 portfolio, a lot of people are saying, is dead, and a lot of people with money to spend are wondering whether they should just allocate all stocks and then perhaps a little bit of cash in their mattress. Is that accurate? I mean, is the 60-40 portfolio dead?
No, it's not dead. And here's the problem with it. I know a number of people have been advocating all stocks. And if I'm a mutant, if you're a mutant and the market going down gets you excited, if in like March 2009, you're like, I can't wait to roll in and buy, that's fantastic. But 95% of the population instead has a horrible time. And market bottoms are made through a process called capitulation, which technically means surrender. When you look at the lows made in either March of this year or back at the end of the financial crisis in 2009, that is a whole lot of panic selling. And if you're in a 60-40 or a 70-30 portfolio and the market's down 40%, well, you're down 20, 25%. It's annoying, but it's not brutal. If you're all cash in March 2009, you're down 57%. People can't live with that. The optimal portfolio isn't the one that's performing best. It's the one you could sleep at night with.
Okay, fair enough. And a lot of us are not mutants. Some of us perhaps are. There is a question, though, of whether bonds are the best ballast, right? I mean, maybe that there should be a little bit more gold or something else, given how low yields are, given where inflation is expected to go. It just seems like there isn't that much upside, no?
So there's a couple of things you could look at if you want that ballast. One are things like preferred equities that have a yield. Another is tilting your equity portion of your portfolio towards higher dividend payers. They tend to be less volatile. They tend to offset the lack of yield that we're seeing in bonds. One of the most interesting debates that are taking place these days is, should the 60-40 portfolio be something more like 30-30-40, where you're rolling in some form of private equity or some form of alternative investment, assuming you could select a good one, assuming they'll let you in, and assuming you could keep the prices relatively low. I think that's the most fascinating debate that's taking place with 60-40, alternative asset classes that perhaps provide diversification and maybe create a little bit of yield and performance, but the jury is still out on that.
Really? Barry, are the New York Mets an alternative investment?
No.
If you watch Seinfeld on 60 Minutes this weekend, he was asked if he was going to bid for the Mets, and he said, sitting in a seat with a hot dog and a beer, that's peak baseball. I have to agree with him, unless you're like someone like Stevie Cohen and you have more money than you could possibly spend in a lifetime. Hey, I hope Cohen not only buys the Mets, but buys the Knicks and starts bringing some winning back to New York. We could use it.
Yeah, well, the New Jersey, we were talking to the governor of Jersey, the New Jersey football teams, Eagles, Jets, Giants, 110-1 or something.
Lots of experience.
It's about the Northeast, folks. Barry, thank you so much. Barry Reynolds with us with Bloomberg Opinion. And I should point out as well, with enthusiasm, Bloomberg Wealth, we're rolling this out as sharp as we can. Futures up 6, down futures up 137. Lisa, oh, the humanity of the bond market. The loss is taken.
Oh, the humanity of a 30-year yield. It is the highest since June. Let's say that, and has actually ticked up. It started the day down 1.5967% to go the 4-digit full Tom Keene treatment there. The humanity. I don't know. What are we going to do with 1.6% 30-year yields?
The guy years ago said to me that I've never known of a bear market in bonds. I was like, okay.
You call this a bear market? Is that what you're saying, Tom?
Bear market. It's gloom. Coming up, less gloomy, Julia Coronado, Macro Policy Advisors, later today. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Ada 3 kelompok pengungsi tersebut yang sudah berpencar arah. Kemudian kami dari Polsek Banda Sakti berkoordinasi dengan perangkat desa Kampung Jomblang melakukan upaya pengumpulan secara persuasif serta minta tolong kepada warga. Alhamdulillah warga yang terpecah semuanya berkumpul.
The second half will be a lot stronger than the first half in China. We're heading to what we call the golden season of auto sales.
We are very confident, we're going to have another big growth 2021 versus 2020.
We did not see people kind of holding back.
Chinese customers are into, right now, buying individual mobility.
It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
From New York and London for our audience worldwide, good morning, good morning. This is the Countdown to the Open, and the Countdown to the Open starts right now. 30 minutes away from the opening bow with equity futures up 6 points. We advance 0.2%, and we begin with a big issue. The market considering a Democratic sweep.
Biden opening up a pretty large lead.
The likelihood of a Joe Biden win.
The possibility of a Biden victory.
Given how the polls are going.
Biden leads so considerably in the polls right now.
If you do have a clear winner on Election Day,
what the markets want to avoid here is a close election.
Then we take a lot of risk out of the Treasury market.
The market is thinking about some of the consequences of a Democrat administration.
Very large fiscal stimulus.
Infrastructure-related stimulus.
Any kind of blue sweep is considered to be probably very positive for a few areas of the economy.
With 28 days remaining until the U.S. election, the numbers continuing to move in Joe Biden's favor. The former vice president widening his lead to 16 points, according to a new CNN poll conducted through the first 4 days of October. On the latest, let's bring in Kevin Cirilli for more. Bloomberg chief Washington correspondent joining us from Salt Lake City, where the vice presidential debate is set for tomorrow night. Good morning to you, Kevin.
Good morning, Jonathan. There needs to be some type of seismic shift in the dynamics of this race if President Trump wants to change the trajectory of what's in the polls. Now, of course, President Trump returning to the White House yesterday and trying to reset. Take a listen to what he said.
Don't let it dominate. Don't let it take over your lives. Don't let that happen. We have the greatest country in the world. We're going back. We're going back to work. We're going to be out front.
It comes as the coronavirus has spread among staffers as well as senators that are even on the Senate Judiciary Committee. Of course, that's the confirmation committee hearing for Judge Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court. Meanwhile, the president also continuing negotiations. Secretary Mnuchin reportedly will speak with Speaker Pelosi on Capitol Hill later today to continue talking about stimulus. He's in need of a win, and he might be able to get it on the stimulus front. But all eyes on Salt Lake City tomorrow when Vice President Mike Pence, who has led the president's coronavirus task force, is going to be debating Senator Kamala Harris. There are two key issues here, the coronavirus, but also the politics of this. There's a lot of uneasiness coming from the debate commission. The New York Times reporting earlier this morning that they are actually even considering next week's Miami debate going virtual, something Republicans and President Trump say, no way, they don't want to see that happen.
Kevin, I think we'd all like the focus to shift to policy and get away from the fighting of the last week or so. Just to reflect on the numbers at the moment. Yesterday we had a poll from NBC, 53-39. This morning we have a poll from CNN, 57-41. That's the national polls. They get the attention, of course. Florida, USA Today, out in the last hour or so, Florida 45-45. Kevin, the challenge for many market participants right now is to understand just how tight this race is. How tight is it?
Well, in Florida, it's a toss-up. In Wisconsin, Joe Biden seems to be having the upper hand. Ditto for Michigan, ditto for Pennsylvania. And then I, of course, am also tracking the down-ballot races. You look at a race like North Carolina, Senator Tom Tillis, a Republican incumbent in North Carolina, polling neck and neck with the Democratic challenger Cal Cunningham. That race increasingly intensifying, growing more volatile. Senator Tillis, one of the senators who has contracted COVID-19. You look at the dynamics of all of these Senate races of South Carolina, Iowa, and that's where things get incredibly interesting, and whether or not there will be a sweep. Look, Democrats would have to have an incredibly strong showing on November 3rd in order to take back control of the Senate. I'm not sure, based upon my reporting, that I can tell you Democrats are fully confident that that's what's coming, but they view it as an opportunity, and that's something that has shifted dramatically in the last 3 to 4 weeks.
Kevin, great to catch up as always. Looking forward to catching up with you tomorrow as well ahead of that debate. 26 minutes away from your opening bell, the shape of things as follows. Cross-asset worldwide, equity futures drifting higher on the S&P 500, up 0.2%. In the bond market, your yield 0.7851%. That's where things came alive in the last 24 hours. The economic data doing okay. The momentum in the ISM, therefore, all to be seen. And the president's health also looking better relative to where it was a week or so ago. On top of that, the expectations, perhaps, relative to, once again, where we were a week ago, that maybe Joe Biden gets that sweep. And that is why we started to see Treasury yields drift higher in a bigger way. BlackRock's Mike Pyle expecting the election to be significant for 3 key sectors. He writes the following: we believe simplistic narratives about the overall market direction are best avoided and see the biggest election-related implications playing out within asset classes and sectors. We zero in on energy, tech, and healthcare. Mike joins us right now. Mike, just build on that, if you can, for us. It's important stuff. Why those sectors?
Yeah, so obviously we've seen sector moves be extraordinarily important this year in terms of the relative moves within the equity market. Obviously, tech leading the market higher, charging ahead, energy, of course, a laggard. You know, we think that those sector level stories are going to be extraordinarily important as we roll the clock forward as well, but perhaps in a slightly different way. You know, take, for example, a sector like tech. You know, in that Democratic sweep scenarios we've talked about, we think there's some pretty significant headwinds to the mega caps out there around tax and regulatory policy, including antitrust. But that secular tailwind to tech remains. And so we're looking for other opportunities down the capitalization stack in tech to places like semis and software. Those within sector moves are going to be increasingly important in our judgment.
Mike, everyone is drawing a line from the election, the politics, the policies, to the equity market. We've seen it from JP Morgan. They write the following, quote, a potential Biden victory would end up a positive for the market with likely better trading thereafter and, in fact, lead to an internal rotation. Goldman Sachs, Biden could have a modestly net positive impact on S&P 500 profits. The largest opportunities are within equity, with cyclicals likely to outperform defensives and value to outperform growth as well. Mike, do you disagree with any of that? Is everyone on the same page about this?
So I think there's a lot there to agree with. I mean, we've been saying for some time, including back in the summer, when a lot of the conventional wisdom was focused on the potential tax policy changes in a Democratic sweep scenario, pointing out the potential headwinds to corporate earnings as a risk negative for markets. We thought that that ignored, as you're hearing from some of those other analysts now, the likelihood for greater predictability on foreign policy, for very substantial both stimulus and public investment to really lift the top line of corporate earnings and the economy overall. And so that to us has meant it's a much more kind of puts and takes situation with the overall equity market than was the conventional wisdom just a little bit ago. And then we very much agree that we think the rotation within equity markets is perhaps the biggest story coming out of the election, again, in much the same way we were talking about just a moment ago with tech.
So, Mike, I just want to draw a distinction on a couple of things because I do think it's significant. There is a difference between a position squeeze and a durable move over time, longer than, say, a couple of months, 3, 6, 9, 12, multiple years. I do wonder at the moment, the key risk that many people have come on this programme and discussed is that we won't get a winner November 4th. If we have an event which ends up with a somebody, then, of course, we'll get a squeeze. We'll squeeze some of these positions. I think we saw that yesterday in Treasuries. But it's only on November 4th when we wake up and think about the policy do we start to think about durable change. And I wonder, Mike, whether we confuse a squeeze in positioning, which may end up in some of the moves you're discussing, with something that's durable, a trend that will last into 21-22. There's a key distinction there, Mike, and why are you confident it will be the latter and not just the former?
So I think that's exactly the right distinction to be making. And I think another distinction we would draw is between a growth to value rotation, which I think we're relatively skeptical of for exactly the reasons you articulated around, you know, that's happened, but it's been fleeting, and something more like a large to small rotation. And I think that's the sort of thing we could expect to see more durable, particularly if we see a Democratic sweep scenario, particularly if we see that big fiscal policy push combined with some of those headwinds at the mega cap level. That's the type of rotation that to us that looks more durably in the cards. But we would agree with you. If you're just talking growth to value, where a lot of the conversation has been, that has the risk of being just a squeeze.
Mike, where do higher taxes fit into all of this?
Yeah, so I think that in a Democratic sweep scenario, you would likely see significant tax policy change. Of course, that would be very unlikely in the other election scenarios. We think that would likely happen. The corporate rate moving from 21 to 28, very likely. Even more likely, a set of international tax policy changes that would probably particularly hurt some of the large tech and other firms that situate a lot of their profits overseas. So we do see both at the overall index level and particularly in some of those tech and pharma names, real headwinds on the tax policy side around the bottom line. But again, our kind of point is pay attention to the whole picture, pay attention to the top line impacts as well around stimulus, around greater predictability. And there we think it's a very balanced picture that's more about rotation than the overall index.
Mike, great to catch up, as always. Got to continue this conversation going into the election, just 4 weeks away. Mike Parr there of BlackRock. In your equity market, futures up, almost session highs, up 8. We advance around about 0.25% on the S&P 500. From the market desk, here's Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle.
John, standing out this morning is the healthcare sector, and one mover in particular, or a few movers that are really popping higher, Pfizer and BioNTech, the combo in terms of their vaccine around COVID-19. An EU regulator has started a rolling review of their experimental vaccine, potentially speeding the treatment's assessment and reducing its time to market. You can see that Germany's BioNTech really popping sharply higher. That stock on the year up 138%. Now, but Moderna earlier had been higher. This as the FDA, tougher regulations around the vaccine has been rejected by the White House, but at this point down about 1%, so some movement there. And then NVIDIA, the chip maker, a high flyer on the year, up 1.7% after the company's CEO recently gave a keynote address. The street super positive, with the CEO emphasizing the shift toward AI. Again, the street very positive, investors too, with that stock up 1.6%, John.
Abigail, thank you. Coming up, the Fed continuing to call for additional fiscal support. That conversation coming up next with PGIM's Robert Tipp. 19 minutes away from the opening bell. Equity futures up 8. We advance 0.2%. This is Bloomberg.
We explore the trends, investments, and competition of the European ETF industry. Join us on Bloomberg ETF IQ Europe.
Mercedes-Benz is on a path towards CO2 neutral mobility. So we have flicked the switch there, and really we're going to step by step electrify everything. And what does that mean? Combustion engines get electrified.
I am hopeful that there is going to be more fiscal stimulus, and whether or not, I think I've got, like $1 trillion, which is, not as large as some proposals, but, that does have that effect on the forecast. I think if you take that away completely, then that reduces aggregate demand by quite a lot, and that, means that the road back in terms of employment is going to be a lot harder.
Chicago Fed President Charles Evans expecting a pullback in fiscal stimulus to threaten the economic recovery. Meanwhile, ECB President Christine Lagarde also making the case for more government support to keep the economic recovery on track, saying, quote, "What is critical at the moment is fiscal policies and monetary policies working hand in hand and making sure that we don't have this sort of cliff effect that we would have if measures are withdrawn too quickly." Joining us now is Bloomberg Chief International Economics and Policy Correspondent, Bloomberg's Michael McKee. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, John. Well, kind of what we've got going on is a synchronized global slog at the moment. There is a recovery, and the third quarter is going to be relatively steep. But when you look around the world, it looks like just about everybody is starting to flatten out. You can see in Europe, the Q3V is starting to flatten out in the major economies there. And Madame Lagarde went on to say yesterday that we are seeing a V, but we're afraid we're going to see another arm of the V. In other words, another flattening on their side. The central bankers never give up, so the ECB is talking about what else they can do, but they're definitely in a policy of diminishing returns, which is why she's pushing for additional government help. There is a danger with that because the $1.8 trillion euro rescue package that they agreed on earlier this year now seems to be in trouble because they can't agree on the ground rules for how that money will be dispersed. Fiscal stimulus news is not good in the U.S. either, as we heard, so expect maybe more from Jay Powell today on that, along the lines, perhaps, of what Charlie said to us yesterday. There are a lot of high-frequency indicators for U.S. economic activity. Here's the New York Fed's weekly activity index. Shows how far we are from normal growth. That'd be 0.0, and as you can see, it was a steep climb and now has flattened out. And so looks like we're going to need some additional help from Washington is going to be the message probably today from Jay Powell.
Michael McKee, thank you, sir. Looking forward to hearing from Chairman Powell a little bit later this morning. ECB President Christine Lagarde speaking to the Wall Street Journal. That interview came out this morning. She said the following: "We stand ready to address the situation as it develops and to calibrate and recalibrate what should be calibrated or recalibrated as needed." Did you get all that? I guess it means whatever you want it to mean. And maybe that's the intention from the ECB this morning. That's the Fed and the ECB talk. PGIM's Robert Tipp looking for the Fed to keep the economic recovery on track and saying the following: "The current state of the recovery is unsettling, particularly when looking at US data and the relationship between income, retail sales and employment. I think the upside-downside risks to the economy in the long term are to the downside. The biggest downside risk in our view is that QE is scaled back." Robert joins us now for more. Robert, why do you fear that QE will be scaled back anytime soon?
I don't think it will, but I think that's the biggest risk. And I think that there's a good balance out there in the economy between people wanting to get out and spend, even though there are all these cases. And so far, the fiscal stimulus has held up. But all the bonds, all that issuance from the governments that's paying for that fiscal is being absorbed by the central banks. I mean, the ECB is doing $2 trillion a year pace. The Fed is doing $1 trillion. They are really mopping up this paper. And if you don't have that, it's going to be a much more difficult environment because the government issuance will be crowding in and things will get sloppy. So I think it's critical that that continues. And I think that's one of the reasons why the rates market in the U.S. is so much soggier than it is in Europe. In Europe, it was much firmer through September. In the U.S., less so. And as you can see, they're steepening here, pricing in triple-digit yields a handful of years from now, which is too high. And I think that's because the Fed, while they're doing the QE, they're already talking about their exit. And so I think they're working against themselves, and that's why I bring that up as a risk.
So let's talk about it, Robert, because Cleveland Fed President Loretta Mester was discussing the bond buying program in just the last 24 hours. And she said a line that I think a lot of people have picked up on. I can imagine wanting to shift to longer-term treasuries as we did during the Great Recession. Now, this market's been asleep for weeks, Rob, and I don't want to get excited about one day's price action, but I do wonder at what point you think this Treasury yield move that we've seen kicking off this week would make the Fed uncomfortable.
Right. Well, I think that her view is, I mean, I'm sure that all of them in some extreme circumstances would take that view. I think the problem is that her view is on the dovish end of the spectrum relative to what the rest of them are enunciating. And the Fed's purchases may not be widely recognized, are very skewed to the front end. So they are not really supporting the back end of the curve. I think one of the risks with the Fed historically, and could be the case right now, is when they get over-optimistic on the economy and the rates go up and they say, you know, that's a really good sign. I mean, we're in here, we're doing all this stimulus and we're buying, but rates going up is a sign that the market thinks the economy is recovering. And it's hard to make the case that the level of rates is holding back the recovery. But I think that if they are really serious about wanting to achieve their inflation target, wanting to avoid long-term unemployment becoming more pervasive, they should not forget how weak the underlying economy was before COVID. On a global basis, in the, across Europe and Japan, industrial production was slumping, and it had been very static in the U.S. So it was not a rip-roaring economy. So they need to get back towards that full employment. They should be unwaveringly on the dovish end of this. And I think they should be concerned if they're seeing the forward curve price in any more aggressive Fed rate hikes than what's priced in here. And it may seem subtle, but once you're getting into the 5-year and beyond, this market is assuming they're going to lift off after a handful of years. And
Rob, you've been behind this bond bull market for a long, long time. And every time there's been a backup in Treasury yields, I've spoken to you, your colleagues, Mike Collins, and you'd be a buyer. And I'm looking at things right now, and I'm just wondering if you, Mike, Greg Peters, are thinking the long end is starting to look a little bit vulnerable. Because when I speak to you guys at PGIM, if I ended this interview right now, I'd assume you've changed your mind. Rob, do you think the long end's vulnerable?
You would assume that I've changed my mind. I
would have thought, based on what you've said over the last couple of minutes, that you would think the 30-year and 10-year yields were going higher.
No, I think they just went higher. I think that this is a range trade, and we're probably near the top end of the range. Unless you're going to get a spectacularly large fiscal stimulus post-election that is not going to be well supported by the Fed and ongoing really strong economic growth, you're looking at Treasury forwards on the long bond that are too high. And in the long run, the Fed is going to end up being trapped at zero. They're not going to be going to 2.5% in the next cycle. At the most, optimistic point in this cycle, 5-10 years down the road, I'd be surprised if they got above 1.5%. So I think that we're going to be in a 50 to 100 basis point range. That most of the time when people are taking a level-headed assessment of what's going on out there, you'll probably be in the bottom half of that 50 to 100 basis point range, and that puts us at the top of the bottom half. And so, markets have been very thin. We had that period in June where we spent just a few days higher than where we are now, and then we crashed back down. I think that, we're having a moment of optimism. We have supply coming this week. And as I said, the long end of the market is on its own. But big picture, I think overall the bond market looks very good here. That your global backdrop is yields everywhere else much lower than the U.S. We're not going to be sustainably much higher than where we are now in yields. And there's going to be a lot of conservative money that's going to be supporting all of the credit product. So, on balance, very positive, but it's obviously going to be very shaky. The next few months will be a lot of banging around.
Good job I asked the follow-up question. Rob, great to catch up. You know how it is. One day's price action. People extrapolate it out. 6 months, 9 months, 12 months. Robert Tiff there of PGIM. Coming up on this programme, the analyst action you need to know around the open and bow. Before that, we'll get you the morning calls. And then Chad Morganlander of Washington Crossing Advisors joins us to talk tech. and antitrust issues. All of that coming up right here on Bloomberg. Five minutes away from the opening bell in New York City. Beautiful morning stateside. Equity futures pushing higher, up 7. We advanced 0.2%, 3,400 on the S&P 500 futures going into the cash open. That's the price action. Here are the morning calls to look at some of the analyst recommendations on Wall Street this morning. We begin first up with JP Morgan upgrading Advanced Auto Parts to overweight, a 190 price target. The analyst seeing solid and sustainable trends leading into a historically strong winter season. That stock up by more than 2.5%. Credit Suisse upgrading SeaWorld to outperform, street high $30 price target. The analyst more than doubling his previous number, saying the company's major headwinds are now priced in. And your third and final call, Barclays upgrading Costco to overweight, $400 price target. The analyst expecting easier comps next year with robust traffic continuing to show improvement. Three of the calls from the street behind us. Ahead of us, rising concerns about big tech antitrust issues. We'll get to that conversation in Washington with Washington Crossing advisors Chad Morganlander in just a moment.
The Census Bureau has asked Congress for a 120 extension. I don't know that you even have to ask, and I think 120 days isn't nearly enough.
Some things you see coming, some things you don't. The trick is to be ready for anything. John from Infrastructure Support is working every day to keep essential market data flowing seamlessly. We keep on, so you can keep on.
Their CPG history, their experience, and really how we might be able to combine together to really create this fantastic public company. And so we kind of got into the SPAC thing a little bit before it became such a hot method of going public.
This is a market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
25 seconds away from the opening bell in New York City. Electoral politics gripping the price action of the last 24 hours. Equity futures up 6, positive 0.2% on S&P 500 futures, just south of 3,400. The national polls very much in favour of the former VP Joe Biden. Some of the swing states, Florida, very, very tight. The USA Today poll this morning, 45-45. I think for many of you, with the experience of 4 years ago, conditioned by that experience, believing this one isn't over yet. 4 weeks to go. Switch up the board in the bond market. Chairman Powell will speak in about an hour and 10 minutes. The bond market with a move yesterday. A real move. First time we've seen something like that in about a month. Yields up yesterday. Yields going nowhere today. 0.78% on a 10-year. Euro dollar about 118. As Christine Lagarde speaks on the euro side, talking up, doing more, I guess, if you interpret it that way. And Chairman Powell will speak in an hour. Euro dollar positive about 0.1%. And in the commodity market, a 40 handle, $40 and about 50-odd cents, up by 3.4% on WTI crude. That's the cross-asset price action this Tuesday at the market desk with your movers. Here's Abigail.
John, certainly an interesting divergence that you highlighted there between the Dow and the S&P 500 outperforming the Nasdaq. That has everything to do with big tech being under some pressure today, of course, as there are continued fears of some sort of regulation or breakup around tech. We see the likes of Alphabet, Amazon, along with Facebook and Apple all lower. This could also be a little bit of a give back of yesterday's big rally. As for where the rally is today, you were talking about that big backup in yields yesterday. Today, the banks are higher in sympathy with that move yesterday, even though today, as you mentioned, yields are about flat. And you see JP Morgan, Bank of America, Citigroup, and Wells Fargo also nicely higher. Goldman Sachs not on that board, up more than 1%. The top mover for the Dow. I know that's not an index that you love, John, but there is that outperformance, and certainly the banks a piece of it, at least today, John.
I'll just pretend you didn't reference it. Abigail, great work, as always. 2 minutes into the session, the S&P 500 up about 0.1%. Abigail pointing out energy outperforming, materials, financials as well. Keep coming back to this. There's a big difference between a position squeeze and something more sustainable. And if you really think about the policies that could or couldn't come from any given administration, think about who the leading candidate is at the moment to become the Treasury Secretary in a potential Biden government. Governor Lael Brainerd. What did Governor Brainerd do in the last couple of weeks? Dissented. Didn't want the banks paying out dividends. Didn't want the banks doing buybacks. I think it's too early to say with confidence and conviction what any set of policies is going to look like from any potential administration. That's the story at the moment in politics. Here's the one right in front of us for big tech. A House panel considering sweeping reforms to break up big tech. Bloomberg's Scarlett Fu joins us now for more. Hey, Scarlett.
Hi, John. Yeah, big tech may have the market cap and, of course, the earnings growth to support its influence in the stock market, but it doesn't have a whole lot of political cover. A House panel is wrapping up 15 months of investigations into Google, Apple, Amazon, and Facebook, and was scheduled to release its conclusions today, but reports of last-minute information on Facebook is delaying that. Now, here's what it's likely to contain: a specific proposal to ban these companies from entering different lines of businesses. So, for instance, Amazon would not be allowed to sell its own products on its marketplace. Ditto for Apple apps and its App Store. Now, other recommendations would include legislation to shift the burden of proof in M&A cases to tech companies, so preventing Facebook from taking over future Instagrams. The goal here is to reduce their dominance and create competition. Google currently controls 87% of searches in the U.S. Apple has almost half of the smartphones in the country. And we got hints of all of this when the CEOs were called to testify before this House panel back in July. At the same time, federal and state regulators continue to build their cases against the companies. We've heard how the FTC is preparing to possibly sue Facebook. Now, this regulatory overhang not really limiting tech stocks' performance or their gains. The sector outperforming the broader stock market by the most since 2000 when you look at the relative strength. Except that since the dot-com bubble days, the biggest tech names are throwing off more cash than ever, and they're increasingly using it to buy influence in Washington to get some political cover. The Big Four spent a combined $54 million last year. That is more than the pharma industry, which is traditionally one of the biggest spenders in Washington. And so far this year, they've put in another $27 million. John?
Scarlett Fu, thank you. 4 minutes into the session, a big issue to get our hands around. The Nasdaq with just a little bit of underperformance, down by about 0.12%. The S&P 500 flat. Washington Crossing advisors Chad Morganlander favouring a rotation into value. Running quote, "We are positioning our portfolios 12 months out. Our base case is that the pandemic will be close to over. We prefer value over growth and would buy healthcare and industrials." Chad joins us now. Chad, help me with this. You're positioning for a life after COVID. I want to get there with you. Does it look any different to life before COVID?
Well, you know, look, you're going to have a tremendous amount of fiscal stimulus in 2021, and we would anticipate 2022 with a major amount of deficit spending across the globe. Healthcare as well as industrials, if the global growth pattern starts to improve over 2021, industrials could do very well. From a historical perspective, the valuations are somewhat low in relationship, for example, to large cap tech, as you just reported. So overall, we would just start to balance out one's portfolio. We're not saying that you should sell all of your tech stocks, but there are other seams of opportunity as we start to see some stabilization within the global economy.
Well, let's talk about balancing things out beyond materials and industrials and potentially into financials. The Treasury yield curve move in the last 24 hours, breathing some life back into some of the big banks on Wall Street. Chad, I keep going back to this theme in the last hour. Do you think what we're seeing is a bit of a squeeze, a position squeeze in Treasuries that's flowing into something that's been unloved through much of this year, or the beginning of something else, something more sustainable?
Well, I think that it's a little too soon to make that statement that it's going to be sustainable. If your base case, like ours, is that the U.S. economy and the global economy over the second half of 2021 will improve, then you could see a steepening of the curve on the 10-year, where the 10-year starts to march towards 1% and a little bit past that. The Federal Reserve will continue to be quite dovish, as you have reported, over the next several years, and inflation can start to improve gradually over the course of the next several quarters.
You've got to believe that the trajectory of this recovery is different to the trajectory of the recovery of the previous 10 years, Chad. Do you believe it will be?
Yes, because I think there's a pent-up demand in regard to consumption, business investment that has been held back, and you're also getting the other two situations, which is monetary and fiscal stimulus, will be quite dovish over the course of the next 9 to 12 months. So, you know, look, the financial, we would recommend that investors start to layer on risk in the financial sector, in the industrial sector. We think that multiples there are somewhat compressed, and we would advise investors not to become overly pessimistic going into this election cycle. We believe that investors should balance out their portfolio and not be overweight technology at this inflection point, as you could start to see a subtle shift out of that sector.
Chad, great to catch up. Chad Morganlander there of Washington Crossing Advisors on this market. Equities unchanged on the S&P, slightly negative on the Nasdaq, and a market desk with your movers. Here's Abigail.
John, let's take a look at the shares of Boeing, or at least start there, because the stock is popping higher. This after Credit Suisse is becoming tactically positive. They've raised their price target to $184 from $154. So also a bit of housekeeping. Longer term, though, the analyst is saying there's lots of challenges neutral. So again, a near-term call to the upside. As for some of the travel and leisure movers, Carnival and United Airlines popping. This perhaps, as President Trump has, of course, downplayed the risk of COVID after emerging from the hospital. So we're seeing some strength there. Lots of talk out there on this space, popping on that idea. And then Macy's also higher, up 1.3% after they have invested in a Swedish buy now, pay later. Investors seeming to like that. Whether or not that works for the long term is to be seen. But on the day, Macy's is up, John.
Abigail, thank you. Thank you very much. Coming up, how many times have I said this in the last couple of weeks? House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Treasury Secretary Stephen Mnuchin preparing for, guess what, another day of stimulus negotiations. Lucky Lisa Shallett of Morgan Stanley. She gets to weigh in on that. Love catching up with Lisa. We'll do that next on this programme. Equity's shaping up as follows. About 9 or 10 minutes into the session. 1 hour from now, you'll hear from Chairman Powell. Equity futures were pretty negative, then positive going into the open. Coming out of that, the cash open 10 minutes in, dead flat on the S&P. At least the sun is shining. This is Bloomberg.
The scale of the climate crisis is just staggering, but you can't let that be an excuse for doing nothing. So to fight climate change, we can't be overwhelmed by the seeming impossibility of the task at hand.
Inclusive multilateralism is about bringing more voices to the table, resulting in more ideas, more solutions, and more climate action.
As a signatory to the Global Covenant of Mayors, Charlotte has joined thousands of cities and regions in a commitment to accelerate ambitious, measurable climate and energy initiatives.
Local communities across our nation are stepping up in unprecedented ways to respond to the ongoing challenges of our climate crisis.
We'll see what is the cost, what is the reliability, but without innovation, a lot of innovation, we won't be able to get there.
When everything around us, including the way we work and live, has been interrupted, uninterrupted service is peace of mind. Kimmy from customer support is responding to a 500% increase in daily call volume, no matter what. We keep on, so you can keep on.
Twelve minutes into the session, your equity market looking a little something like this. Down a tenth on the S&P, down 3 on the Nasdaq, off by about 0.28%. Big tech underperforming again. The S&P 500 negative just a tenth of 1%. That's the price action. Down in D.C., House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Treasury Secretary Stephen Mnuchin preparing for one more day. Let's call it a second day of stimulus talks. It might as well be 1,000. Partisan divides remaining despite President Donald Trump's push to strike a deal during his recent hospital visit. Nancy Pelosi continuing to put the onus on Republicans, saying, quote, "It depends on if they really want to crush the virus, honor our heroes and put money in the pockets of the American people." Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell is still silent. Chief of Staff Mark Meadows continues to underline the dispute.
There are a lot of people that continue to hurt, are waiting on stimulus. And the president's committed to getting a deal done, but he wants to make sure that we move expeditiously, but also in a fiscally responsible manner.
For more, let's bring in Bloomberg's Kayleigh Lyons. Good morning, Kayleigh.
Good morning, John. Well, I guess the good news is the two sides are still talking. The bad news is there is still no deal. A wide gulf remaining between the $2.2 trillion proposed by House Democrats and the $1.6 trillion proposal backed by the White House. Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House, has outlined significant areas of disagreement and reportedly, according to Politico, told Democratic leaders on a conference call last night that things are moving slowly. But there is, John, pressure to get a deal done. All you really need to do is look at the economic data to see that a disappointing 661,000 print on payrolls on Friday. And when you look at permanent job losses, those are climbing at a faster pace than during the Great Recession, now at the highest since 2013. Whether it's data like that or his illness, the president himself pushing for a stimulus deal, tweeting, quote, "Get it done" from the hospital at Walter Reed over the weekend. And of course, as a result, markets are pricing in more of a chance that stimulus gets done. They see it likelier that the White House will come closer to Nancy Pelosi's proposal. A rate strategist over at NatWest saying that the momentum continues to be in favor of pushing the size of the package higher. And more stimulus thinking showing up in the rates market yesterday. Yields on the long end surging, the 30-year yield up near a 3-month high at 1.6%. And the curve steepening, of course, taking shape. That 530 spread, what we're looking at here, now above 125 basis points. Now, stimulus isn't the only part of that equation, John. The election is as well. And I want to point to some commentary over at JP Morgan. The strategists there saying they have been long growth and defensive names, but then they are thinking about shifting that post-election to the likes of energy and financials. They say that is because of an increased political clarity, perhaps after the November 3rd election. The market's thinking it's more likely that Biden will have an easier and decisive victory. But the other things JP Morgan pointing to, John, potentially more positive news on the COVID front and then additional stimulus. John.
Kelly Lyons, thank you very much. Great work as always. That's the wrap on Washington, D.C. at the moment. Some news just coming through from the New York Times that the president is considering giving a nationwide TV address at some point today. That's a consideration. Not confirmed just yet, but reportedly a consideration at the moment for this administration. Morgan Stanley's Lisa Shallett writing, quote, "Most recession playbook indicators have held up during the COVID-19 downturn. The one that hasn't behaved by the book is the yield curve. This suggests to us the potential for a loaded spring sell-off in the long-duration treasuries when the election outcomes are clarified." Lisa joins us right now over the phone. Lisa, great to catch up. Is that what we saw just yesterday, just a flavour of what you're describing? I don't hear Lisa Shallett, so either there's a problem on my side and I can't hear her, or a problem with Lisa Shallett's line, and hopefully we can readjust and reconnect in just a moment. I understand that we do have Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle at a market desk to get you some of the sector price action this morning. Hey, Abigail.
Hey there, John. Well, sector-wise, we are looking at a little bit of a mixed picture here. More sectors are higher than not, but basically all sectors are flat, not surprisingly, given the fact that the S&P 500 itself is flat. A number of these sectors barely moving by a couple tenths of 1%. Up top, though, clearly the big winner is energy, up 1.6% in sympathy with crude oil rising. Financials also higher, this even as yields are about flat today, as you've been mentioning, but yesterday that big backup in yields, bonds selling off the most since the end of August. Financials are rallying in sympathy. Now toward the bottom, the stay-at-home stocks, the tech stocks, the mega caps, as there's some fear that there could be some regulation or at least talk of it. Interestingly, John, over the last 3 days, we've seen something that we have not seen since early August, and that is this rally that you were mentioning earlier for the energy sector. Take a look at that. The S&P 500 energy sector up 5.6% over the last 3 days. That's the best 3 days for energy going back to the middle of July. All of this as crude oil has basically been dropping since its last peak in June. But right now on the 10% rally for crude oil over the last 2 days, John, energy finally getting a bid.
Abigail Doolittle, thank you very much. I understand that we've lost the connection with Morgan Stanley's Lisa Shallett. That's unfortunate. Hopefully we can rebook Lisa and get her back on the show very, very soon. I'm looking forward to that. For the political implications on this market, I think it's absolutely key right now to draw a distinction. We've tried to do that through the last 50 minutes through an event that would drive durable change and an event that would just squeeze positions. And if we think about the risk at the moment on the horizon going into year-end, it is most certainly around a contested election. So what would squeeze that position? The very fact that somebody wins. Now, I think it's important not to conflate the fact that somebody might win with the potential to start pricing in the policy changes. They're two different events. And right now, I think we're conflating both of them. I do understand that Lisa Shallett of Morgan Stanley is now good, and we can connect back with her. Lisa, fantastic to have you with us on the show. Let's just start with what I was discussing. Events that drive durable change and events that squeeze positions. There's a huge difference. Are we pricing in an event that squeezes positions or an event that could drive some durable change at the moment when we focus on the election and the result November 4th?
Look, our position is that we're really looking at a rotation and durable change, that we're starting to, fundamentally recognize that on the other side of election clarity, we are going to get stimulus. We are going to have an accommodative Fed that is focused on inflation and reflation. Essentially, we're looking at an economy that in 2021 is likely to grow reasonably robustly with annualized GDP at 5 to 6%. Our sense that this compression in the yield curve and this anchoring of the 30-year, as you said, is really a loaded spring. And once we get certainty, we're going to start seeing some pretty significant steepening, which is advantageous for, some of the stocks we talked about this morning, the cyclicals, the small caps, international, and those that are levered more to an acceleration in economic growth.
Lisa, just to build on the policy agenda down in Washington, it seems to me that everyone is embracing the likelihood of fiscal stimulus from potentially a Democratic sweep, but thinking very little about the potential for higher taxes. Why is that?
Well, I think that the view is really one of the sequence of events, right? And I think that any new administration, regardless of who wins in November, is going to be focused on getting this economy to exit the recession, which suggests to me that job one of any kind of new administration is going to be getting the CARES stimulus done, wrestling the virus and a vaccine rollout to support.
I think we've got some problems with Lisa Shallett's connection. Lisa, I apologise for the technical issues on our end. We will have to get you back on the programme soon. With the market-moving events you need to be watching, we'll do that next in our trading diary. The price action at the moment shaping up as follows. If we can get to the market board, I'll run through things for you. Your equity market looking a little something like this. On the S&P 500, down 0.1%. It's the story of the moment. The cyclical parts of this market outperforming. Big tech, the Nasdaq, down by 0.4%. It's the chat of the moment, the conversation. Is this a position squeeze or the start of something more durable? And will it be actually backed up? Will it actually be backed up by policies down in Washington? Is it still too early to start saying with conviction, confidence, what that looks like in the coming months and years? If you could get to the other board before we get to that beautiful shot of New York City, I can run you through the bond market and foreign exchange as well. A bit like magic, but we can just bring that up. There we go. Yield 0.77% on a US 10-year. Three reasons for this over the last couple of days. The data decent in the United States. The ISM doing okay. The president's health seemingly improving. That's good news according to his doctors. That's helped give Treasury yields a lift. On top of that, it's all about the polls, isn't it? The national polls seem to be indicating a big win for former VP Joe Biden. CNN had him at 57.41. NBC had him at 53.39 yesterday. The state polls, Florida, 45-45, so maybe things are tighter. But one thing you can take away is the clear asymmetric risk around treasuries over the last couple of months. When we have risk off, we don't get much of a rally. When we have risk on, like we did yesterday, we get a fair bit of a sell-off in the treasury market. So that's treasuries and foreign exchange. Keep an eye on euro-dollar, 117.90. The ECB President Christine Lagarde talking up a little bit more action, maybe, if you read between the lines. I guess it starts with the view you've currently had, and then whatever she says supports that. That was in a Wall Street Journal this morning. Later, in about an hour from now, 50 minutes, you'll hear from the Fed Chairman, Jay Powell. So there's the price action. I've run you through the price action, and now we can get to that beautiful shot of New York City and an equity market doing a whole lot of nothing. Up next, I'll run through the trading diary right here on Bloomberg TV.
What would you say are the leadership qualities that you brought to the table or that you most admire?
I don't always have to be the smartest person in the room. I know collectively what a team needs, and I love having really great debates.
Caught up with Ed Mills of Raymond James in the last couple of hours. This is his quote, not mine. What a year last week was. I know how many of you feel, given the last couple of weeks we've had in this market. Your S&P 500, 25 minutes in, down around about 0.2%. The Nasdaq is where the underperformance is. It's where the story is this morning as well. Down about 52 points and negative about 0.5%. That's the price action. Let's get to the trading diary. What you need to be watching through the rest of this week. Coming up within the next hour, Fed Chair Jay Powell speaking at the NABE conference, followed by ECB Chief Economist Philip Lane speaking at 11:30 a.m. Eastern. Compare and contrast Philip Lane with what you might hear from Christine Lagarde a little bit later. Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic speaking at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Looking forward to getting the FOMC minutes tomorrow. Can't believe I just said that, but looking forward to see what the divide looks like on the FOMC. I think that's the story of the moment. Story of tomorrow, politically speaking, the vice presidential debate scheduled for later that evening in Salt Lake City. Will we finally focus on the policy after the fight of last week and ahead of potentially another fight in Miami, Florida, as the former vice president Joe Biden and the president of the United States face off again, scheduled to on October 15th. Through to Thursday, another round of U.S. initial jobless claims to round out the data for this week. From New York and London, good morning to you all. This was the countdown to the open. I'm Jonathan Ferro. Follow me on Twitter at Ferro TV to continue the conversation. 26 minutes into this equity market, equities doing a whole lot of nothing on the S&P 500. A little bit of weakness, softness, lower on the Nasdaq. This is Bloomberg TV.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They've moved the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here?
It's a huge market. It's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart
when we should.
The Boston Symphony Orchestra presents BSO at Home. While you stay inside, enjoy a curated collection of archived concerts and behind-the-scenes stories from BSO musicians. BSO Homeschool provides lessons for music lovers of all ages. New performances and messages from musicians are added regularly. Enjoy these selections and much more at bso.org/at-home.
Months after Hurricane Maria, Puerto Rico is still in peril. Huge swaths of the island are still without power, running water, or access to medical care. Experts estimate that it will take years before these services are restored island-wide. Much of the blame has been placed on FEMA for a slow response in comparison to recent disasters on the mainland. But recovery from a disaster of this complexity and scale has proven more challenging than anyone anticipated. And filling the gaps between an overextended public sector and a suffering populace falls on the private citizens. Robert Anderson is a Puerto Rico resident of 4 years.
The eye of the storm came in south of El Yunque, swept up towards San Juan, and out to Arecibo. Everything on the right-hand side is what we call the dirty side of the storm.
This isn't his first time in a disaster zone. With a military and telecom background, Anderson worked on repairing damaged cell phone towers in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. Some might be tempted to label him a disaster capitalist, seeking lucrative government contracts for his expertise. But as Anderson finds himself in the middle of a humanitarian crisis, he and his associates are developing a variety of pro bono recovery projects that target the island's hardest hit areas.
I see two Puerto Ricos. We're here in San Juan. They have telecommunications restored. They may or may not have power, but basic services are in place. They're able to get food, they're able to buy things. They're surviving. And when you look outside of the San Juan area, you can go 15 minutes from here and find areas that are devastated. I'm working on the devastated side.
Today, he's put together a boots-on-the-ground mission to provide medical care to some of the island's most isolated and vulnerable residents. Steve Berenbaum is one of Anderson's business associates. He offered an extra car and a set of hands.
So we received an initial report from a nurse that was out in the area. We're headed to the northeast region of Utuado for some people that are in need of urgent medical assistance.
Dr. Sally Priester is a physician from San Juan. She filled a van with medical supplies at her own expense and brought along a team of nurses. Google Maps estimated our first destination to be a 90-minute drive. But it didn't account for obstacles like this. Our first stop was the home of an 82-year-old blind Vietnam veteran. His roof was blown off by the storm, and he's been living alone in a back shed for nearly 2 months.
His cane actually got broken in the storm, so he's limited mobility. He has a number of medical ailments. Dr. Priester's having a look at him. We called the VA. They're going to get him set up with what he needs, get him stabilized so he can then be transported either to an evacuation center or off the island. It's when the chain gets broken, when those families that are connected to them leave the island or take off, these guys get left at the end of the road, and it's tough.
FEMA was not officially part of Robert's team, and their arrival caught everyone by surprise. Their job here was to survey and report back to their superiors, and did not come with medical aid of any kind.
People think that FEMA is there to hand out bottles of water, and it's not what they do. FEMA has a role to play. They have a very specific role. They bring in ships, they bring in airplanes, they bring in tractor trailers with pallets of things. But they're a big machine, and there's gaps in that thing. And you're seeing one of the gaps here. and we help fill that role. These guys are in a bad situation before, and now they're struggling for real basic things. One of the risks that you run is people going from fear to hopelessness. Those are the folks that we're trying to reach.
And how are they reached? How are they even found?
Word of mouth, mostly.
And what's your role in all this?
Ghost in the machine. I'm lucky enough to be able to communicate with folks in FEMA, the state of Puerto Rico.
For a ghost, Robert makes his presence well known. Not only was he the de facto leader of the mission, now with FEMA in tow, he created his own maps to survey storm damage.
So we're right here.
And delivered them to FEMA HQ free of charge.
I have pretty good reach.
Perhaps that's how he managed to earn himself a coveted FEMA badge without actually working for them. And it's these relationships that allow him to operate more efficiently than an NGO or a government agency.
We're able to resolve problems at a different level.
Our next stop was on a mountaintop, a family of 11 struggling to care for their special needs brother in what was left of their house.
Probably we are the first health team to come and visit this family.
Muy bien, todo muy bien.
The patient has Down syndrome. He is all day in bed. The difficulty with this is the patient cannot be alone. The most important thing is that you need to take care of the chronic disease besides disability, because they have been not going to a doctor, and no doctor has come in here yet.
So we need a refill of this medication.
After maybe 54 days, it's not getting better. And the only way that you can be able to see that is coming to the ground, drive, and see the people and talk to the people.
You can see San Juan from here, but you can't get there. It's like the Emerald City.
On this stop, we caught word that a man living alone at the edge of the jungle was in need of care.
So we decided to take a little detour, come up here and check out and see what's going on. One of the challenges is to find those people that are at the end of these roads that need help.
¿Pero por qué estás solo? ¿Por qué estás por acá tan solo? I'm asking about why he's alone right here. He said things in life happens. I'm here by myself. So ¿dónde vive acá? En la parte de... This is not a job. To do this, you need to have passion for what you can do. You're not going to get paid.
It's said in disaster response and emergency response that the real first responders are your neighbors. You don't need to wait for a lucrative FEMA contract to go out and do good and to help the community.
In the end, do you feel like you're making a difference?
Lives you touch and people that you can affect. I don't really think about it in those terms.
But why do you do it?
It helps me sleep at night. I think it's as much for the people that are going out to help and do things as it is for the people that you affect.
Whether out of altruism, or the lure of a paid gig, or some mixture of the two, Anderson hopes to stay here to help shape Puerto Rico's future.
Puerto Rico's essentially been a colony for 400 years. It was treated poorly by the Spanish. It was not treated well by the United States when they first got here. Puerto Rico can continue in the way that it's always been, or Puerto Rico can rebuild itself like nothing that's ever been. And we have to do everything we can to make that real. That's the bottom line.
When I met him first online, I found him to be really sweet. I think I was the one who was talking for an hour. He was just listening.
When we met, I saw her. She was beautiful, intelligent, and kind, which was, I mean, something that I was looking for.
Anshu and Sumit are one of about 12 million couples that get married in India every year. Unlike their parents' generation, they're not from two close villages, but from two cities on opposite sides of the country. And their love didn't start through community matchmaking, marriage brokers, or classified ads in newspapers, but began online.
So we met through jeevansaathi.com. So it's basically an online portal where we have detailed profile of different grooms and brides.
It makes a lot of remote profiles who are located in distant areas more accessible.
Thanks to growing internet and smartphone usage, matrimony websites and apps in India are starting to disrupt the matchmaking industry. More and more people are finding their partners at the click of a mouse. Jeevansaathi.com, where Anshu and Sumit met, is one of the biggest players. Young Indians looking for love set up profiles including their caste and horoscope, but their criteria for choosing spouses appears to be changing.
We have seen the shift from traditional caste community conservative parameters to something like which is more focused on education, employment.
Anshu and Sumit's marriage was initiated by their parents, but modern Indian couples like them have more input than previous generations.
We looked up to them to agree for the proposal, but it was primarily our decision that we wanted to be with each other.
So what's the emoji like you use the most to send to each other?
So there's a bear which basically we use for indicating a hug.
Yeah, that's our language basically, bear icon for a hug.
Time flies when you're in love, and just 1.5 months after they first met online, the couple got engaged. They decided to hold their wedding less than 3 months later. But planning a traditional Hindu wedding on such short notice is no easy task. The massive event usually lasts 3 days, has various ceremonies and celebrations, and involves the entire two families and hundreds of guests. Luckily, there are websites and apps for that.
We searched online, we got in touch with Wedding Brigade and they helped us finalize the venue, and it makes the search faster and efficient.
Startups like the Wedding Brigade are challenging traditional wedding planners in this $50 billion industry. It provides various services from booking banquet venues to buying wedding gowns. The website makes money by charging commission from vendors.
People don't want to be limited to what is available around them. They want to know the entire range of options available before making a decision. And now it's easy to find almost everything on one portal.
Anshu and Sumit are officially married in a ritual that has gone on for thousands of years, but their love started in a very new way. Technologies might be changing the way couples meet, date and get married in India, but they're definitely not changing everything.
The technology was only the first level help that we could get to find each other. Everything else was like very humanly and emotions and feelings based.
Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren has become a symbol of everything the Republican Party stands against.
Everyone gets a right to basic health care. We need strong oversight of these banks.
A legal scholar and a consumer advocate turned politician, Warren has branded herself as a champion of the working class and made a career out of standing up to big business. While rumors of a 2020 presidency bid remain just that,
I'm not running for president.
her Senate seat is up for re-election in 2018, and Republicans are already pumping millions into super PACs to defeat her. This is the story of how a law professor and politician came to be seen as the biggest threat to Republican values and the greatest hope for progressive America. Elizabeth Warren was born Elizabeth Ann Herron, the youngest of 3 siblings, on June 22, 1949 in Oklahoma City to middle-class parents. After waiting tables to help her family pay the bills, Warren became a star on the high school debate team. She landed a scholarship to George Washington University at the age of 16, but 2 years later dropped out to marry her high school sweetheart, Jim Warren. By 1980, Warren was a mother of 2, divorced and remarried, had earned a bachelor's degree from the University of Houston, a Juris degree from Rutgers, and practicing law in New Jersey. Warren then went on to become an influential law professor, teaching, lecturing, and publishing highly cited work on bankruptcy and commercial law at 7 universities around the country, eventually settling at Harvard Law School. But Warren wasn't always a liberal lion.
Elizabeth Warren used to be a Republican, actually.
That's Stephen Dennis.
I'm a Senate reporter for Bloomberg. Around the time that Elizabeth Warren switched parties, she became a fierce opponent of a Republican drive to make it much harder to file for bankruptcy. She fought that for a decade. It ended up passing anyways.
While her efforts ultimately failed, her warning calls were heard in 2008.
We're in the midst of a serious financial crisis. Our entire economy is in danger. And without immediate action by Congress, America could slip into a financial panic, and a distressing scenario would unfold.
Professor Warren was tapped to help with oversight in the government bailout.
She would excoriate bankers and their bonuses and their practices.
Why should the U.S. taxpayer alone carry Citi?
She proposed a series of tough regulations, which became the basis for much of the Dodd-Frank financial law that we have today. That sort of catapulted her to national stardom, particularly among the progressive left.
Encouraged by her newfound notoriety, Warren declared her bid for the U.S. Senate on September 14, 2011. During the race, her opponent Scott Brown tried to derail Warren by accusing her of falsely claiming Native American heritage, a controversy that earned her the nickname
Pocahontas.
Nevertheless, she was victorious and won the Senate seat by a comfortable margin. She used her new tenure to challenge everyone, from banking regulators and Treasury officials to members of Wall Street and Congress.
I'm really concerned that too big to fail has become too big for trial. We need tough new laws to hold corporate executives personally accountable. No one should be above the law.
She called for Wells Fargo CEO John Stump to resign for fraud, introduced the Bank on Student Loans Fairness Act, and reintroduced the 21st Century Glass-Steagall Act. In 2016, after staying silent during the Democratic primary battle, Warren finally endorsed Hillary Clinton and had some harsh words for candidate Trump.
Donald Trump is a loud, nasty, thin-skinned fraud who has never risked anything for anyone, and that is just one of the many reasons he will never be president of the United States.
But she was wrong.
The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
Warren wasted no time resisting Trump's agenda.
Have you ever managed or overseen a $1 trillion loan program?
I have not.
How about a $1 billion loan program?
I have not.
Okay. In the Donald Trump era, Elizabeth Warren has been playing defense and trying to prevent Donald Trump and his cabinet appointees from rolling back protections that she helped enact.
Warren actually found herself rebuked by Mitch McConnell for reading a letter by Coretta Scott King about Jeff Sessions' record on racism during his confirmation.
She was warned. She was given an explanation. Nevertheless, she persisted.
that moment became something that's on T-shirts, bumper stickers, slogans, and that really galvanized a lot of support for her. It's been very hard for Republicans to get much of anything done this year, and that's at least in part to this resistance movement that Elizabeth Warren has helped champion.
We are here to fight back.
Enough of Elizabeth Warren. Like you.
Millions of dollars are being funneled to defeat Warren in the midterm elections in 2018. But it's the rumors of a 2020 presidential bid that has further prompted powerful donors to fund her opposition, often using the same playbook of constant and ruthless ad campaigns that many believe helped Trump win in 2016. It's anyone's guess if she will endure what Hillary could not.
You know, the question for Elizabeth Warren is whether she can go from being a liberal firebrand to somebody who can regularly get 60 votes for initiatives in the Senate and 218 in the House and drive an agenda, and whether she can bring together coalitions for political victories. That's the challenge, and we'll see what happens.
Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, has made some powerful opponents.
He doesn't know me, never met me, doesn't know what I'm all about. I think they're very rude statements, and frankly, tell him I will remember those statements.
My message to Donald Trump and his team is that, your views of Islam are ignorant.
He's the first Muslim mayor of a major Western capital and proud of it. This is how Sadiq Khan went from the son of Pakistani immigrants to a lawyer, lawmaker, and now the mayor of London. Khan's parents emigrated from Pakistan. His father was a bus driver, his mother a stay-at-home seamstress. The 10-strong Khan family squeezed into a 3-bedroom flat in South London. He wanted to be a dentist, but TV in the 1980s convinced him otherwise.
Objection!
LA law, with its swagger and ill-fitting suits, caught Khan's eye. He graduated in 1991 with a degree in law from North London University and joined a human rights firm. Khan worked a number of high-profile cases, often clashing with London's Metropolitan Police Force. But he had bigger political ambitions.
This is what being a new MP is like, squatting on a bench in the absence of an office, dealing with letters from constituents.
Reports are just coming in of an explosion here in London.
And there's just explosions, and then it was just smoke everywhere.
Everyone's just asking what's happened.
Only 2 months after Khan entered the Commons as a Member of Parliament, London was attacked by Islamist extremists.
That day will stay with me for the rest of my life.
He spoke out against the attacks both as a London MP and as a Muslim.
He has been very clear about his opposition to violence, opposition to terrorism, and has set out to make the case for a more open and peaceful Islam.
That's Thomas Penny, one of Bloomberg's Westminster correspondents.
Here is a man who is a Muslim, and he is standing up and being open and straightforward and being clear that the problem here is not Islam, but it's Islamic extremism.
In 2015, a decade after the attacks, Khan ran for mayor of London, and his faith was back in the headlines. His opponent, Zach Goldsmith, trying to link Khan to radical Islam.
The debate got again personal and nasty. The Goldsmith camp has called Khan extreme and accused him of associating with, quote, those who seek to do our police and capital harm.
There's a pattern of behaviour.
Even the former Prime Minister David Cameron repeated the allegations.
He shared a platform with Sajil Shahid, the man who trained the ringleader of the 7/7 attacks and accused the United States of bringing 9/11 on themselves.
But the smears didn't stick.
Zach Goldsmith ran a very negative campaign that was based on what people knew was a lie.
This election was not without controversy. And I'm so proud that London has today chosen hope over fear and unity over division.
After taking the mayor's office with a comfortable majority, Khan has brought a business-like efficiency to the role, scrapping expensive vanity projects like the Garden Bridge and the new Routemaster buses, which cost £350,000 each. The former lawyer who used to fight the police in court is now praised for his close relationship with them.
I was talking to a very senior police officer in the Metropolitan Police who said there was a sea change when he went into City Hall, and the police were saying how much they welcomed this because they knew where they stood and it was more straightforward to work with. So he works like a lawyer, he works like a government minister.
Khan's kept his faith at the fore. He's an outspoken voice for moderate Muslims across the world.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Now, by giving the impression that Islam and the West are incompatible, you're playing into the hands of the extremists.
The ongoing spat between Khan and US President Donald Trump escalated when Trump went after Khan, misquoting him on Twitter just hours after the terrorist attacks of June 3rd, 2017. Khan's now one of the most prominent Labour politicians in the UK. In fact, a recent poll of Londoners found Khan was more trusted to keep the country safe from terrorism than the Prime Minister or the Labour leader. His story of going from the son of an immigrant bus driver to the mayor of one of the greatest cities in the world plays well with Londoners. But can he appeal to the rest of the nation? Has Khan got his eye on the top job? And is the UK ready for a Muslim Prime Minister?
What does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, US Navy, and other branches of the US government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hack emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the Collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped in the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness.
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
When people think of Vladimir Putin, they think of capital P, power. And that's exactly the impression he creates. Whether it's physical power, firing different weapons, riding in various James Bond-esque modes of transportation, or tossing hapless opponents in judo. Or political power, ruling his own country with an iron fist, crushing his political opposition, or, most recently, being accused of meddling in foreign elections for his own benefit. This is how Vladimir Putin went from a poor, tough kid in Leningrad to a KGB spy to the very symbol of modern Russia. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin was born in 1952 in Leningrad, which is now St. Petersburg. His father was a factory foreman and his mother a homemaker. It is widely said that Putin's public-facing tough guy persona can be traced back to him getting into fights when he was younger, which paved the way for him to take up judo. After getting a law degree from Leningrad State University, Putin joined the KGB Foreign Intelligence Service. He spent 16 years in the KGB. When Putin returned to Russia, he began his political career.
He went to work for Anatoly Sobchak, who was then the mayor of St. Petersburg.
That's Leonid Bershidsky.
I'm a columnist at Bloomberg View.
Putin thrived in Sobchak's administration because
he was sort of considered pretty efficient city official at that time. He was very loyal to Sobchak.
So loyal and efficient that
he was noticed by Yeltsin's close circle.
And those people soon brought Putin over to Moscow to work in Yeltsin's administration, where he quickly climbed the political ladder.
Then, of course, he was promoted to Prime Minister of Russia.
That's Dmitry Trenin.
I am currently director of the Carnegie Moscow Center.
Around this time, Yeltsin and the people around him, the so-called family, decided that Putin would become Yeltsin's successor. And then this happened. The apartment bombings were carried out in 3 Russian cities, killing 293 people and injuring more than 1,000. Putin immediately accused Chechen separatists for the bombings and followed it up with action.
He was credited with having a very successful military campaign against the terrorists.
And it worked.
After that, he became an heir apparent in the eyes of the Russian people.
3 months later, Yeltsin resigned. And on his way out, a famous exchange.
He was getting into the car in the Kremlin, and the last words that he addressed to Putin before getting into his car was, "Take good care of Russia."
So Putin took over as president, and 3 months after that, won his first election. But just because Putin won the presidency, that didn't mean he had all the power. This is Michael McFaul.
I was U.S. ambassador from 2012 to 2014. In the 1990s, there was a fire sale of all the things worth owning in Russia, and certain people,
the oligarchs,
did better than others in that fire sale, sometimes called privatization, and those people tended to be well connected with the Yeltsin regime, and they weren't Putin's friends.
But they probably miscalculated, thinking that they could easily find a way to influence him. It became impossible almost from the start.
From that very moment, there was warfare between him and the oligarchs.
That's when Putin gave the oligarchs a choice. Putin's way?
Some of those people from the 90s managed to figure out a new way of dealing with Putin and have survived.
Or prison.
Others could not find common vision, and so they lost their assets.
Khodorkovsky once was Russia's richest person, worth $15 billion, but he ran afoul of President Vladimir Putin and spent a decade in prison.
With domestic power consolidated, Putin focused on restoring Russia's global influence.
Putin is the guy who believes in the expansionist Russian state. Georgia and Ukraine and all the other Soviet republics that split off when the Soviet Union fell apart, he still believes that they're traditional Russian satellites. A lot of his strategy is about keeping them in the orbit. That Yeltsin line, take good care of Russia, that's how he understands it.
And he used annexation and invasion, as well as oil, gas, and trade to keep former Soviet republics in Russia's orbit. In 2008, Putin's 2 terms were up, and he decided to step down as president. Dmitry Medvedev stepped in as president, and Putin went back to prime minister. But really,
Putin never left power. He pretty much continued running the country, and Medvedev was a bit of a figurehead.
There was actually a period of cooperation between Russia and the U.S. that benefited both countries during Medvedev's presidency.
Because Medvedev did not have the same negative attitude towards the West as Putin did.
But when Putin came back to run for a 3rd term, in the lead up to the 2012 election, it was widely believed that both the presidential and parliamentary elections were rigged, and Russians took to the streets. Putin blamed the protests squarely on America, and more specifically, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
He believed that she had sent, and this is his words, a signal to demonstrators.
Still, Putin won by a huge margin and set about crushing the protest movement immediately upon his return to the Kremlin. Over the next few years, Russia's economy tumbled. Putin annexed Crimea, leading to sanctions. The price of oil fell drastically. The ruble hit a new low, and America played down Russia's influence, with Obama calling Russia
a regional power.
Despite all of that, Putin's approval rating remained sky high, and then an opportunity for payback.
I think I'd get along very well with Vladimir Putin.
In 2016, there was one candidate who called Vladimir Putin very smart.
Trump exhibited tolerance towards Putin's actions annexing Crimea, and similar views on NATO and sanctions.
Secretary Clinton didn't support any of those views.
Even though Putin denies any wrongdoing,
U.S. election.
Yes.
the U.S. has accused Russia of being behind the leaking of 20,000 Democratic National Committee emails, which many say helped Trump beat Hillary Clinton in the presidential election. Which leaves us here, with the possibility of a President Putin until 2024, positioning Russia to be the world power he always imagined it should be.
Jack Ma is Asia's richest man and most recognizable business tycoon. He's the chairman of Alibaba, China's e-commerce giant and one of the 10 largest companies in the world, yet he still wants more.
We know where we're going. We want to be the 5th largest economy.
Big words from the man some call Asia's Jeff Bezos. He's confident, he's charismatic, and he's definitely not the average CEO. This is how a poor schoolteacher went from the classroom to being one of the most influential multi-billionaires in the world. Ma was born in China's southeastern city Hangzhou in 1964. His parents were traditional musician storytellers. As a teenager, he started to learn English from foreign tourists after China opened up in the late 1970s.
And then for 9 years, Jack Ma hung around outside the Hangzhou Hotel, which is now called the Shangri-La. He would get up at 5 a.m. to talk to travelers.
That's Bloomberg technology reporter Lulu Chen.
And I cover China Internet for Bloomberg.
Ma failed China's National University entrance exam twice before being admitted to local teachers' college. He graduated in 1988. He applied for 30 jobs and got rejected, including from the fast food giant KFC.
When KFC came to China, capital USA, 24 people went for the job. 23 people accepted. I was the only guy.
Then Ma got a job at a local university and taught English there for about 5 years, earning just $15 a month. On the side, he started a translation company with several friends. During a company trip to the US in 1995, Ma had his first encounter with the internet at a friend's place in Seattle.
I searched the first word, beer. I don't know why, because it's easy to spell, baby. And I see beers from Germany, beers from USA, beers from Japan, but there's no beer from China.
So he searched for the word China instead and still couldn't find anything. And that got him thinking. He wanted to build something that would put China on the world's map.
He started China Pages, a Yellow Pages-like website, but it didn't take off. Then Ma joined a government agency in Beijing to help set up a website. By 1999, the internet stock boom had gripped Wall Street, and back in his Hangzhou apartment, Ma decided to try again. With his wife and a group of friends, Ma raised $80,000 and set up Alibaba, a site that allowed businesses to sell stuff to each other.
人家美国人强就强它的硬件，强就强它的系统建设，这方面确实比你早。但是玩信息玩软的，中国人的脑袋绝不比他们差。我们在座的所有人的脑袋绝不比他们差。
By 2000, Alibaba had raised $25 million from investors, including Goldman Sachs and SoftBank.
He had no business plan and zero revenue, but his eyes was very strong eyes.
In 2003, Alibaba started Taobao, a platform for individual sellers to trade with each other, and publicly declared war against eBay, who had started to make a foray into China.
Jack Ma has this famous saying that Alibaba is a crocodile in the Yangtze River, whereas eBay is a shark in the ocean. And if they fight eBay in the ocean, then they'll lose. But if they fight them in the Yangtze River, then they have a home base advantage.
In 2007, just 1 year after it forced eBay out of China, Alibaba debuted its business-facing division on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. But it delisted 5 years later as its performance sagged. But in 2014, Alibaba raised $25 billion in the world's biggest IPO in New York.
Everybody should have a dream. What if that dream comes true?
After achieving dominance in the business of e-commerce in China, Alibaba has been building an internet empire worth $472 billion, with businesses in cloud computing, online video streaming, movie production, healthcare, sports, retail, and even news media.
Alibaba buying into South China Morning Post really raised eyebrows. This is the largest English newspaper in Hong Kong, and it shows that Jack Ma's ambitions weren't limited to e-commerce. He wanted to influence not just Chinese users, but also overseas users as well.
The US has criticized Alibaba for allowing companies to sell counterfeit and poorly made goods, but in China, it enjoys the favor of China's government. It's part of Ma's company philosophy.
In love with the government, but don't marry with them.
Jack Ma is an extremely fortunate man for jumping on the internet sector so early. Note that this is a person who has no coding skills at all. He's a natural showman and a gifted public speaker, and really able to convince others to believe in his vision.
Ma's vision of growing Alibaba to be the world's 5th largest economy faces strong competition at home and abroad. It will require more than just naked ambition and charisma, but Ma is great at getting himself in the right place at the right time. So far, it's served him well.
Peter Thiel is a walking contradiction. He got his bachelor's and Juris Doctorate from Stanford, but speaks out about the horrors of higher education, saying college is
as corrupt as the Catholic Church was 500 years ago.
He's a staunch supporter of the free press, yet he bankrolled a lawsuit to bankrupt an independent media company.
But these were not journalists.
And most of all, he's an immigrant libertarian who's the most public supporter of Donald Trump in all of Silicon Valley.
What Trump represents isn't crazy, and it's not going away.
This is the story of how an openly gay, immigrant genius, libertarian billionaire went from tech contrarian to Silicon Valley's biggest Trump supporter. Peter Thiel was born on October 11, 1967 in Frankfurt, West Germany, to Suzanne and Klaus Thiel. Peter's family emigrated to Cleveland, Ohio when he was 1. An Ayn Rand devotee during his youth, Thiel attended Stanford University majoring in philosophy.
His Stanford experience shaped a really big part of who he decided to surround himself with.
That's Lizette Chapman.
And I cover technology and venture capital here at Bloomberg.
He and his Stanford friends made their first big splash in tech with PayPal. After selling to eBay for $1.5 billion, they would become known as the PayPal Mafia for each incredible success after PayPal. For Thiel, that began with an early, modest $500,000 investment in Facebook.
And in VC speak, early means big risk, but also big reward. He turned that initial $500,000 investment into more than $1 billion in cash.
But Thiel was just getting started with Facebook, and he went on to make a whole bunch of wildly successful investments.
From SpaceX to Airbnb to one of the largest, most powerful companies in the United States, if not the world, and of course that's Palantir.
The incredibly controversial secretive data mining startup he founded with his colleagues from PayPal. It connects data silos and then allows non-technical people to search that information for patterns. Data like
financial information, feeds from video cameras, biometric details, passport information, flight manifest.
Palantir doesn't talk much about how they collect this data, who has access to it, or what they do with it. But they have contracts with
the Department of Homeland Security and the CIA and the Department of Justice and the Securities and Exchange Commission
and several other federal agencies. It's the richest company you've never heard of, valued at $20 billion. But there are plenty of obscenely wealthy people in Silicon Valley. What makes him different?
He's a complex ball of multiple contradictions.
Take college, for example. Even though college was extremely important for Thiel, there's something called the Thiel Fellowship.
In exchange for dropping out and a promise not to pursue college, Thiel would give them $100,000 each.
You basically tell people that if you get a diploma, you're saved. Otherwise you go to hell. You go to Yale or you go to jail.
Also, his relationship with the press.
Here's another contradiction. He's donated to free press initiatives, including the Committee to Protect Journalists.
But he also secretly spent tens of millions of dollars bankrolling a lawsuit filed by Hulk Hogan over the publication of a sex tape and bankrupting the independently run Gawker Media. Why did he do this? Because in 2007, one of Gawker Media's blogs, ValueAg, outed him as gay. And with the lawsuit, he
found an opportunity to get back at them by funding the lawsuit that Hulk Hogan was able to bring then, but he wouldn't have been able to do that without Thiel's money.
And finally, Thiel's biggest contradiction, his endorsement of Donald Trump.
When he was asked about his support for Trump, he was surprised at the outrage that came with it from many of his colleagues in Silicon Valley. He didn't want more of the establishment.
No matter how crazy this election seems, it is less crazy than the condition of our country.
After briefly supporting Carly Fiorina in the primaries, Thiel pivoted to Trump, donating $1.25 million to Trump and his associated super PACs in October 2016. And he didn't just help Trump financially. He gave a full-throated keynote speech supporting Trump at the Republican National Convention.
I'm not a politician, but neither is Donald Trump. He is a builder, and it's time to rebuild America.
And when Trump was finally elected, Thiel was given the reins to an enormous amount of power.
And I want to thank you, man. You have a very special guy.
He was named the transitional advisor. And in that role, he did a lot of interviewing and a lot of vetting to fill hundreds of cabinet positions and different jobs within the administration.
But it turns out Thiel's support isn't unconditional.
Talking to people who spend time with him, I have also heard that he is no longer a great supporter of Trump.
It was reported that Thiel was unhappy with the direction of Trump's presidency. Ever since, he's been mum, making no public appearances, no statements, and staying out of the spotlight altogether. Although there have been suggestions that Trump could tap Thiel for a top intelligence post or ambassadorship, there's no indication he'd accept.
He's described his relationship with politics as schizophrenic. He gets really involved, and then he runs away as fast as possible.
Whether Thiel takes a new position or simply continues as a board director at Facebook and Palantir, at just 50 years old, he's primed to wield some serious influence in technology and politics for decades to come.
Two 2016 was again the hottest year on record, and the previous 17 years have seen our 16 most scorching. Scientists overwhelmingly agree. Global warming is the culprit. And it's just getting started. Ice caps, extreme weather, wildfires, droughts, and the hits keep coming. What are we doing about it? In 2015, the world took its boldest step yet to stem climate change with a historic accord in Paris. But now comes the hard part. Nations must change energy policies and invest huge amounts of money, and they will likely do it without the United States. President Donald Trump announced on June 1st that the U.S. would withdraw from the accord.
The reality is that withdrawing is in America's economic interest and won't matter much to the climate.
Here's the situation. Decades in the making, the Paris Agreement united the U.S., China, and more than 190 other nations in a push to limit fossil fuel pollution. The UN-sponsored plan secured pledges to cut greenhouse gases, the emissions that trap heat in the Earth's atmosphere, in an effort to avoid the rising seas and other environmental disasters that climate models predict. But even if all pledges are met, the globe is expected to warm by as much as 3.4 degrees Celsius this century, more than the UN target of well below 2 degrees. Meeting the Paris Agreement means that governments will have to offer more incentives for clean energy, scale back support for fossil fuels, make emissions more costly, and reduce deforestation. It's estimated that the deal will require $13.5 trillion of spending through 2030. Here's the argument. Unlike past climate pacts such as the Kyoto Protocol, each country set its own Paris targets and then promised to revisit and improve them. The US was primed to play a lead role in climate change, but Trump's Energy Independence Executive Order reverses Obama-era rules and directives put in place to combat climate change, and expands production of coal, the dirtiest fossil fuel. The resulting policies threaten the global fight against climate change. Without the US commitment to emissions reduction, other countries may join it in abandoning the Paris Agreement. This could make it almost impossible and even more expensive down the line to stop climate change. Optimists argue that the shift to a lower carbon future is already underway. Businesses, cities, and U.S. states, such as California, are already investing in wind and solar and taking other steps to make it work.
I've actually been called an environmentalist, if you can believe that.
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Lite-Brite comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch, some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file, and we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter. And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I learn so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is opened, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil. We close the tube back off, and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube, and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it, and we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when I see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating. that takes that one wavelength of light and emits a different wavelength. We bring it over to the aging table where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube. But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up. Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, it is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light.
It's a bit like an addiction. You've got to make something, you have to do something. It's borderline obsession. And every bike we build is my favourite bike at the time, and as soon as it's done, I want to build another one. Sven Cycles is something I've been thinking about ever since I started cycling in my late teens. We want bikes that ultimately you'll really enjoy riding. There's never a bike that's the same. There's always a slight change. And as we build them individually as well, they have the marks of a bike that's built by hand. Most people I know cycle have an idea of their dream bicycle. And it may be an evolving idea you've had in your head. And we've worked with a lot of people that have come to us with sketches and scrapbooks. It's really, really nice to build something that's just one-off and unique. I think a lot of people see a bicycle as two wheels and a frame in the middle. There are a lot of subtle changes and nuances in design which can change the riding characteristics quite dramatically. I'm a really big fan of modernist architecture, and the simplicity of a modernist building is really hard to achieve. And with some of our bikes, they may look very simple, but I think people should not underestimate the time and effort that goes into designing a product. Tubing is key to a bike's feel and ride. Reynolds tubing has been in my life ever since I can remember. Growing up, I could never afford a frame manufactured with their tubing. We can now put a badge on our bike saying manufactured at Reynolds, which is a sort of thing as a kid I just wouldn't have believed was going to happen. Every part of the bike has a specific tube. It's not universal. The first thing we do is get the tubes out, check they're correct, check the wall thicknesses, sand the edges, make sure it's all really clean, because if it's not clean, the tubes won't join together correctly. We build in steel because I still believe it's one of the best materials to use. It's been used in bikes since the late 1800s, and they're still using it now for a very good reason. It's the flexibility that we can replace the tube, repaint the bike, and you wouldn't know it's damaged. I just like working with it. It's very sculptural. This isn't sort of aerospace precision engineering. It's a steel rule and a marker. So when we're cutting the tubes, it's within a mil or two. But what we're trying to do is take the best from bicycle building in the past and add a little bit of modern flair to it. There's various techniques for building bicycles. We do a thing called fillet brazing, where you connect the pipe together. We use a bronze rod and a flame. We heat the tubes up to the same temperature and we fill the joint with bronze. And it gives a very, very sort of fluid, lovely, sort of quite sculptural feel. You've got to practice, you've got to be able to judge material temperatures, you've got to just look at it and you just get a feel for it. It's the stage where your tubes start to look a bit like a bicycle. My father's a jeweller. He'd make sort of very pretty things, which are lovely, but for me, they don't really have any function. What I love about bicycles, you can start on a Monday with a box of tubes, and you can be riding it by the weekend, and it can last you for the rest of your life. Outside of the frame and forks, the other most important part is the wheels and tyres. When you build the wheels, you have to lace them, so there's little holes going all the way around the rim. You poke the spoke through. We do build all our wheels by hand here because a machine can't get 30 years worth of wheel building experience. Colour is very, very personal. With any of our bikes, you can have them painted whatever colour you want. We've matched one to a teapot, so we can get that scanned and we can match that, or someone's favourite item of clothing. I like to let the bike sit for 4 or 5 days minimum, just so the paint can have time to cure a little bit, and then we assemble it. We get out all the new components, and it's a case of putting them together. Some bikes you can assemble in 3 hours, some will take 3 days. And we've built bikes that cost in the £10,000 plus mark. Some people, they're saving up and this is their bike and they're going to own it for the rest of their lives, so we just want to make sure they get the right thing. I think the bike for me was the first time I had some freedom, so as soon as I had one I was off. A lot of people still get that thrill as when they were a kid blasting down a hill, wind going through their hair. It's fun. Everyone has their favourite jacket or something that just makes them feel good. If you've got a bike that fits well, you actually feel part of it. Building bicycles as a creative outlet is fantastic. It's not something you do because you're going to get a big paycheck at the end of the day. You do it something you have a passion for it.
If you ever saw a wooden surfboard, it was probably hanging in somebody's house or underneath the deck. But kind of in the last 10 or 15 years, wood has made a big comeback. They surf wonderfully. It's beautiful and it feels great to be on one of them. I always had a love for wood and kind of passionate about things that went in the water. I've kind of been around wooden boats most of my life. There's just so much character. The way they're built, the stories that come with them, a lot of that has translated over to why we build surfboards the way we do. When we first started thinking about building surfboards, wood was the natural material we chose. They have a very high strength to weight ratio. Wooden surfboards have the longest history of use in the surf world than any other material. People have been surfing wooden surfboards since kind of the first documented history of people riding waves. The board starts in CAD, where we take a 3D model, break down the shape, and kind of create frames and templates and all the inner parts of the board that we get cut on a CNC machine. We take those frames and we just pop them out, assemble the frame into kind of a skeleton. We go out to our lumber shed, pick a bunch of cedar, and bring them into our mill shop, put glue along the edges, clamp it all together into a panel. Everything's book matched, you have symmetry in the colors and texture of the wood. Cut your outline. take our assembled frame, gently put it down right on top of the plank. Once that foundation is started, you're basically building up the three-dimensional shape, the outside part of the board, using lots of strips that kind of interlock and fit together. Every piece of wood is going to be different, and it's all going to react differently. There are frustrations with it, but I think that's one of the things that keeps it challenging. You learn to read the kind of what the grain lines are doing and what the color of the wood is telling you. Once those rails are cleaned up, we put our top planks on. It's a little bit like putting a lid on a box. It's like, this is it. Whatever's inside that board is staying inside that board. And by tensioning some rope, you can clamp the two together. It's like a time capsule. What makes our boards unique are they are built right here in York. They're built using material that grows right here in the state of Maine. They're built 100% by hand by local craftspeople and surfers. There's a lot of time that goes into these boards, between 40 and 60 hours, start to finish. We wanted to build surfboards that were as hollow as they could be, but still be strong enough to work well. Too light and they don't surf well, but too heavy and they don't surf well. So there's a balance point there, and that's where we try to be. Taking the board off the rocker table, once the top has gone on, that is by far one of my top favorite parts. It's just you and a shaping stand, a board, and a hand plane. Everything else is out of your view. It's simple, it's pleasurable, it's quiet. You can be with your thoughts and you can just kind of be present. There's something about taking a nice sharp edge tool to a beautiful piece of wood and feeling the curls coming off and knowing that every pass that you're making, you're kind of getting it closer and closer to what you have in mind. Once we've shaped it down and the board's looking like it's supposed to look like, time for it to go into the glassing room. 4-ounce fiberglass, laying it over the board, draping it over the edges, cutting it, applying epoxy, and on the board. Once both sides are lamb coated, it's time to put in the hardware. Drill and router and install the fin box. And on the other side, we drill and put in the leash plug and a vent. There's a lot of air just naturally inside the board, and that air wants to expand and contract with temperature changes. And that vent has a little piece of Gore-Tex fabric in it, and it allows air to kind of breathe both ways, but it doesn't allow water to get in. Once all that hardware is put in, it goes back into the glassing room. We brush a nice, beautiful, thick coat of epoxy over the whole surface, and that we call a gloss coat. That's supposed to look beautiful and glossy and shiny and flawless. You get to see that board come to life. Whatever the colors in the wood, they really come out. It just makes it look like candy. You just want to touch it and run your hands down it, and it's just kind of the icing on the cake. Once everything is hard, we put it into what we call the oven, get that epoxy to cure, really kind of bake it, and just get it to harden. Put in the fin, screw in the vent, and ship it out. We just love the idea of building something that's sustainable and long-lasting and made by hand. Kind of gives you a deeper connection to the product over something you might buy on a shelf. When a customer gets the board, they feel it. They 100% feel the amount of work and the amount of passion that went into the board. So I'm not really looking at hours and efficiency. We're looking at like doing it right and enjoying it as we go.
Ma Baoli, better known as Gang La, is one of the 4 Grand Marshals leading New York's Pride Parade this year. But in the country he comes from, being gay is still a social taboo. The CEO of a Beijing-based internet company is on a mission to improve the lives of millions of gay men in China.
对于每一个 LGBT 人群来说，即使这个国家不允许你跟同性爱人结婚，但是你仍然要勇敢地去选择你自己的生活，你仍然应该拥有幸福生活的权利。
Ma's company Blue City runs an app and a website specifically for gay men. Blued is one of the biggest gay social networking apps in the world, with an estimated 30 million registered users. Unlike most other apps, Blued is more than just dating or hookups.
大家可以在我们这个软件里面找他自己的情感，然后可以阅读相关的内容，然后可以进行一些娱乐，比如玩游戏啊，比如看直播啊等等。
Back in 2000, when Ma studied at a police school in northern China, he realized he didn't feel like everyone else.
因为他们都找女朋友，然后谈恋爱，但是我对长得好看的同性的男生，我反而觉得对我更有吸引力。所以那个时候我就到互联网上去找这样的一些资料，然后希望能够告诉我自己，我到底是谁。互联网上所有的信息都是负面的，都是错的，就是说同性恋要电击疗法，要被治疗，然后要吃药等等。
After visiting some foreign websites with different attitudes to homosexuality, Ma created his own site for a Chinese audience, encouraging people that
他们也是正常的，他们不用自卑，然后也不用自杀。
Even though attitudes towards homosexuals are slowly changing in China, it's still a social stigma. The virtual world of Blued, where members can be open about their sexuality, is for most a striking contrast to their real lives. This is live streaming, a function added to Blued in late 2015, right as the internet craze was starting to take off in China. Many self-made stars like Jin make decent amounts of money by receiving audiences' virtual currencies and gifts.
我们不是彼此的初恋，初恋这种事儿多不靠谱啊。
For Kyle and Klaus, a couple who have come out, live streaming on Blued means something different.
其实我经常会收到很多粉丝的一些互动的留言，就是类似就是说你们让我们看到了同志情侣之间的一些希望啊。我看到这样的留言我是很欣慰。
The government's rules for acceptable content online may shift quickly in China, with LGBT material in a grey area. Many companies feel the chill of the recent internet crackdown, but Blue City still runs as usual. Ma has won the Chinese government's trust by helping with HIV prevention among gay men. A third of the company's staff are dedicated to screening pornographic and politically sensitive content.
我不太多的愿意去对抗，我更多的愿意去对话，去改变他们的想法。我觉得这个可能在中国来说是更有效的。
In the past 5 years, Blue City has grown from a team of 7 people to a promising business with about 250 staff. Ma said the company earned over $15 million last year, mainly through advertising and selling virtual currencies to live streaming audiences. Now the company is expanding overseas.
我希望吧，通过我们的努力，Blued能够成为全球第一家在美国纳斯达克或者是纽交所上市的这样的同志互联网公司。
This is Rich Chigga. He's a Chinese rapper by way of Indonesia, and he's very popular on the internet. This is Joji. He's a Japanese-Australian singer, and he's also very popular on the internet. Plus, Joji invented the Harlem Shake meme. Let me say that again. This guy, Joji, in the blood bathtub, invented the Harlem Shake meme. But we'll come back to that. So Rich and Joji are both signed to 88 Rising, an entertainment company hoping to build a lasting global brand that will outlive singular moments of virality. They primarily create content combining Asian culture and hip-hop, a formula that apparently pleases the internet gods greatly. They've only been around for 18 months, but they're already putting up major label numbers.
I think that we have an unprecedented collective of talent, a group of predominantly Asian artists, really making waves globally, which from an independent point of view as well.
88's founder, Sean Miyashiro, cut his teeth launching Vice's electronic music channel, Thump. But quickly, Sean became interested in life beyond dance music.
I knew that after launching a whole content platform that I have kind of the ability and the know-how to do it again, but for what was the question.
So Sean moved to the Bronx to start over and figure it out. He couldn't afford an office space, so he worked out of his car at the top of a grimy parking garage.
Everything kind of started here. If you look around, this is my environment. This is my serenity, really. 88 Rising was built here. Built on the grounds of LA Fitness, residence in a parking garage. I was living in the Bronx. I'm just like, damn, where the hell do I go? So I just come up here and I just kind of figure things out every single day. Being like, okay, what the hell is this thing? Coming here was kind of like my own kind of private office, basically. To be honest, I would even go to the bathroom here. I would take pisses here, you know what I mean? It was, it's just too far to go back down there. When I need Wi-Fi, I'd spend a good part of the day at Dunkin' Donuts. Hi, how are you? Can I get a chicken snack wrap?
Before 88 Rising officially launched, Sean caught a surprise break in the form of a Twitter friendship with a funny 16-year-old kid from Indonesia named Brian, who taught himself English by watching Rubik's Cube tutorial videos on YouTube. Seriously, that's true.
I thought his Twitter was genius, from the future, just crazy, and just the shit that he was saying, the memes he was making. But I didn't know that he rapped or anything like that. I really didn't, and he came up with Dat Stick 2 weeks later.
12 in the morning, pop shells for a living and baby gon' smell blood trail every minute road.
Dat Stick was Brian's first ever attempt at making a rap song, and it immediately went viral.
Everything was great about it, but the one thing that I noticed is the song was hard as hell. Just everything about it, man. Just it was menacing, bro.
Soon after the video dropped, Brian signed with 88 Rising.
I'll FaceTime with Rich. Sorry for calling you Rich Chigga on my phone, Rich. Brian, he gets super pissed off that he's saved in my phone as Rich Chigga. He's like, dude, am I not a human to you? What's good, bro?
What's good, brother?
How you doing?
Doing great. I did the sound check.
How was it?
It was tight. Hold it stick blocks, but you been a bitch, suck a thick cock.
So Brian could definitely rap, but some viewers understandably took offense at a Chinese kid satirizing rap cliches and calling himself Rich Chigga. But if a group of well-known rappers saw the video and genuinely liked it, that could at least help validate Brian as a legit hip-hop artist. Plus, it could be really funny.
It was just kind of an idea that I just had on the spot. Everything that rappers say is better and funnier and smarter and wittier, and it's just more entertaining. We just edited it as tight as possible, put it up, and it really worked.
Yo, this nigga got a pouch on and a Reebok pouch. This is the hardest nigga of all time.
You said when you come for a chigga like me. That was dope.
Like, it's just lit, and I think people will take it as a joke at first, but it's like if he ran with that and kept doing more videos like that, it's just lit.
You know, I'd never been to America before, and like all of a sudden, it's like I see like all the rappers that I listen to just like reacting to my stuff, and I was like, what? How did this happen?
The reaction video also went viral, and even led to a remix of Dat Stick featuring Wu-Tang's Ghostface.
I'll get on that track. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Really, on the remix?
Yeah. Oh, you know him?
And yeah, the remix went viral too. Brian has since acknowledged the misstep in his name and claims he may change it. But for the time being, he's still Rich Chigga to his fans. An ever-growing global audience, hungry for more releases from emerging talent around the world.
I didn't know that it was gonna be this impactful and this important to people, and I'm very thankful and blessed that it has. And every day now that I wake up, it's like it's just like a new mission every day.
A major part of that mission involves Joji. Remember the bloody bath guy? He's a former YouTube personality in the middle of a career transition.
The sound of this song, Will He, it's like a trap song that you can like slow dance to. Awkward prom shit, you know what I mean? I used to do crazy episodic internet videos. It was going well, and one day it was me and a few friends just in a room. We were casually chilling, and then someone plays the song, and it's brand new at the time. I happened to have a lot of costumes laying around, so I told the other guys, I was like, get in these costumes and let's just dance to it, like who cares? We were like, okay, let's just go crazy at the drop. So that video goes up, I go to sleep, and the next morning, everyone's doing it, like next morning. That taught me a lot about the internet, how people want to just be a part of something. And from that point on, something changed, and I was a little better at understanding demographics and people and what they want to see and what they want to hear. I was friends with a couple other artists who were affiliated with 88, and then I also started to realize that 88 is the bridge between Western and Asian entertainment, and I really wanted to be a part of that.
Joji just released the In Tongues EP, his first project as a serious artist.
Joji's In Tongues record came out a couple weeks ago. It's #2 on Billboard on the R&B charts, which is crazy for independent release, and he's like a brand new artist.
And the success is even more impressive, knowing he went from creating something like this,
it's just Taco Bell, what could possibly go wrong?
to creating something like this, the newest music video for his song Demons. Tonight, Rich Chigga has a show in New York City. Tickets sold out in an hour.
I came here, I'm first online. I was here at 1. I was the third person online.
So why'd you get here so early?
Because I want to see Rich Chigga. I want to touch him.
What do you guys think of Joji?
Oh my God!
That's my dad, son.
Did you guys cop the new EP or like?
Yeah. I woke up at 6 in the morning just to cop that shit. And then I listened to it, and that shit started making me cry.
This is actually kind of exciting. Every time, this never gets old. Like, you live online and social media, but like, there's nothing like just being with the people.
the fuck you said I should quit?
More often than not, viral success happens by accident. And then after an appearance on Ellen or Jimmy Kimmel, the creator's star power fizzles out. But Idiot Rising has figured out how to turn potential gimmicks into brands with an actual following that keeps coming back for the next thing.
Oh, shit!
So keep an eye out for Idiot's next move. But more than likely, it won't be covered on network television or terrestrial radio. Although, as they've already proven, nowadays that really doesn't matter.
Online retailer Farfetch is betting it can shape the future. This is its concept store, showcasing the latest in retail tech.
How do you capture all of that fantastic information that you gather in store with customers, touch and feel products? And we created a concept called the Connected Rail. And this is using a combination of RFID and ultrasound. The RFID signal recognizes the product, and the ultrasound recognizes the movement. Take the product off, and then you'll start to see your products appear. And essentially, it's like online browsing behavior. Whichever products you touch and pick up in the store are automatically sent to your app. This is effectively what you've created is your in-store wish list. In the middle, you'll see essentially a hologram of the product. What the customer sees, they control the experience on a touch device. What this allows the customer to do is take elements of products and then add their own style to it. Right, so this is the connected mirror. So in this example, I see my products. I select a coat, and that's tried it, and it's slightly too big for me. So what I can do is choose an alternative size and send a request to the sales associate, and they'll bring that size to me in the fitting room mirror. You'll also see that we've got some product recommendations here. Crucially, the sales associate's able to push items into the mirror from their device. If you wanted to, you could simply use the mirror and pay and go. Your items would then be packed and dispatched to you afterwards.
Do you want me to turn you so you're looking outwards? Yes, please. How about there? First time we came out with B, Jade said, "It feels like I've been released from prison." Do you want these, Mrs?
Definitely.
Definitely. Right. Yeah. And she could say hello to everybody, people she hadn't seen for months.
It's
Hi, it's Jade.
Oh. So you can talk to Jade through this.
Hi, Katie. She's there.
Hi.
Every time anyone's seen her, they want to know why she's there. And it's kind of the opposite of when you're in a wheelchair and people see you and they kind of go, oh, should I look? I don't know what the right protocol is. When there's a tiny robot with its bright little eyes going around just looking happy everywhere, it really opens you up for conversation.
You've got some friends here, look.
Hiya! When I saw her for the first time, I remember thinking, this is going to change things. This is one of those points where if this was a book, this would be the cliffhanger. have a condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which means that I have a lot of dislocations, there's a lot of pain, and a lot of seizures and whatnot. So I can end up on my own in my room for long periods of time. A lot of the time with a condition like my own, of course there's the pain, and the pain is bad, and the dislocations are bad, and the seizures and being in paralysis and never knowing whether you're going to be able to wake up properly tomorrow, that's bad. But what's worse still is being able to count the number of people you see a day on one hand.
Are you ready?
Sure am, I'm just hoping the connection's going to stay.
Yeah, me too. Alright, here we go.
When you're used to just the same little metre by metre and a half window every day, and you've been there for months, being able to just see the sky from somewhere else, or the tops of trees, or a sign, is incredible. Or being able to have that kind of chat in the car that most people would probably take for granted.
I'm going to go past Grandma and Grandad so you can give them a wave. Now, if Jade is particularly seizure-y, she can still take part. And that's brilliant, really, because before she would just be left in a bed or in the house with just her carers. It's quite a small world, that.
Right, so there's one of her. Here, this costume I'm busy making at the moment. When I'm not on bed rest and I'm not just wearing pyjamas all the time, I enjoy being able to dress as different characters and go to Comic Cons and that kind of thing, because it just lets me show a different side of myself, and it's a bit of fun. If you can't go out that often, you've got to enjoy it when you do. Was that? Good. It's one of those weird things where I want to not have to use B because I want to be well enough to be able to go to those places myself. Like, it really makes a big difference to me to be able to go into school. But the thing is, with my condition fluctuating all of the time, I can't go into school reliably. Written out bigger on the pod, thank you. Today's the first day that I've been in school via B, and so far it's interesting. There's still a few little things that we need to work out, but for the most part I think it's going fairly well. And it's brilliant because I can really tell the difference between today and yesterday. How yesterday I forced myself to go into school when I wasn't very well, and I was really tired afterwards and ended up having loads of seizures. Whereas today I've been able to do all of the work, I've been able to keep a clear head and not be ill, which means I'm able to be more focused on my schoolwork.
So there is my first step of working, is to simplify Route 8. The algebra test is next week.
Now I'm trying to make friendships which I'll be able to maintain with B. Before that, I end up letting people down quite often. B gives me hope, yeah. She's just always there. And if I can't do something, she can. And if I need sort of assistance to be able to make commitments, then she's there, and she means that I feel like a more valuable person because I'm more reliable.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
The cubicle represents a tyranny. It confines your imagination, your thoughts, into a small physical area. Imagine pretty much every software engineer or finance person being able to, disconnect from their desk and look at holographic monitors on a beach and doing their work from there. That's not going to be science fiction. It's the modern office place.
Silicon Valley is all about building the future. A startup called Meta thinks it's getting there first, thanks to a big bet that it's made on augmented reality.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Welcome to Meta.
Thank you.
Call it a 360-degree office where you can spatialize your thoughts as part of your workflow for education, architecture, design, engineering, etc.
People often mix up augmented reality with virtual reality. VR totally blocks your ability to see or hear the real world. AR overlays holograms onto what you already see. Meta has tried to make its version of the workspace feel familiar.
You grab the hologram instead of using a controller or a mouse, and your brain already knows how to do it. In other words, we've designed an operating system that humanity has always known how to use. So you can see this eyeball, which is, by the way, photorealistic. You can see my hand is occluding the eyeball, and now the eyeball is occluding my hand, right? You see those two circles? They get small, and then they turn into this glowing white ball, and then I can move my hand around supernaturally. I can do this with two hands and rotate the thing. I can stretch it. I can throw it back right into the shelving system, and that's all you have to learn to become a modern worker.
And to prove this, the employees at Meta have started to get rid of their computer monitors, trading them in for Meta's augmented reality headsets. Myron thinks that in less than a decade, we'll all be just wearing strips of glass that can project holograms.
In the early 80s, everybody had computers on their desktop, but no one was using them because they had a lot of work to do. So they were still using typewriters. And at some point, the CEO took all the typewriters away and everybody was forced to use their computers. So it's very exciting to see a new generation of technology, a new paradigm.
I consider us like pioneers in the holographic wild. I'm pulling up my browser with my hands and sending out emails to colleagues and just kind of really acclimating to the new environment.
Now you're putting on my computer, essentially. Our digital lives live on our phones. We have all of our pictures and notes and all these kinds of things. So why don't you write yourself a little sticky note? I like it. And go ahead and just take your fist right over the top of the sticky note and close your fist. And now...
Oh, what? Meta's own transition to augmented reality has run into plenty of unexpected problems. And it's still going to be a while before you'll start to see these devices in your office. But I think it's a future worth waiting for.
If we could see these holograms between us, we will have been able to share our work with one another more naturally, more efficiently, and more productively than ever before. Humanity will have evolved slightly.
This is Hatsune Miku, Japan's sensational virtual pop star. She's released over 100,000 songs in multiple languages and performed sold-out concerts around the world. Her image has appeared in games, on TV, in car races, and is even etched on the side of a Japanese space rocket.
I came for Hatsune Miku, Carlos.
She's Lady Gaga's favorite digital pop star and opened shows for her in the US 3 years ago. Tens of thousands of fans attended her exhibition and live shows near Tokyo recently.
理想のアイドルっていうとどの曲でもミクはすごい綺麗に歌ってくれる。
他没有缺点啊，没有任何让我们感到不开心的一些新闻。
She's everything to everybody. That's probably why she's so popular.
Miku's creator Hiroyuki Ito and his Sapporo-based company have been developing the virtual diva for over 10 years.
初音ミクとはキャラクターとしてすごくYouTube とかで検索するとたくさんの初音ミクが出てくるんですけども、元々の初音ミクのその原点は歌声を合成するソフトウェアなんです。
Both the software and character are named Hatsune Miku, meaning the first sound of the future. Originally based on Yamaha's Vocaloid technology, Miku the software has a sound bank containing voice samples and a huge array of tools. You input the melody and lyrics, then Miku the character sings them. To date, Krypton has sold 120,000 software licenses at $200 each to fans around the world who use it to create numerous songs and share them online. Some of the fan-created songs are chosen to be part of Miku's concerts, for which they're paid a royalty fee.
もともと初音ミクっていう存在自体がボトムアップって言いますか、中にはアマチュアクリエイターじゃなくて今もうすでにプロになって活躍している方もいらっしゃるんですけども。
The company also has other revenue streams. It makes money from merchandising, licensing deals, and concert ticket sales. According to the real-life musicians who perform with Hatsune Miku, the virtual pop star is interesting and surprising.
今年で3年ぐらい、ちょうど3年ぐらいになってきて、ライブも数十本、数百本だった。そういうことが演奏によって起こせるためのそういう器みたいな感じになってます。初音ミクらしさって僕はあんまりない。初音ミクって何だってありっていうか。
For Ito, Miku has the potential to change the way we think about music.
そういう新しいテクノロジーによって新しい音楽のあり方っていうものを模索していきたいと思っていました。
And for her fans, it goes even further.
初音ミクって魂がないので、だからみんな魂を作り上げるために存在する。
Now, there are a lot of fitness gadgets out there. In my quest to get fit, I tested 17 of them over the last few months. At least one personal trainer I know was a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I've been watching these new technologies come to the market for almost as long as I've been a personal trainer. They're just tricks and tropes. They're not much different than the Bowflex machines or, to be honest, the original Jane Fonda workout video.
But some of these gadgets that are just coming to the market do so much more than what they used to do, just tracking your activities. Out of all of them, this chest strap was my favorite. It comes with a robot coach that points to the future, one where you might not need a human trainer at all. And it works like this. You wear the chest strap so that it can read your heart rate, and that connects to Move's free app that talks to you.
Welcome to Move Heart Rate Hit Outdoor Running. Let's get moving and warm up in Zone 2.
Move's computerized coach tells you what to do at that exact moment, whether you're running outside or you're doing body weight exercises indoors.
Swing your arms faster to get your legs moving quicker. Let's crush this round.
And by reading your heart rate, she knows exactly how hard you're working. She keeps you honest.
Way to go, you are in the target zone. Keep pushing, you're almost at the end of the round. Don't give up.
I've been running for 7 years now, and my biggest problem is that I never push myself hard enough. I end up going on the same slow, comfortable 30-minute jog, but the Move HR Burn blasted me out of that rut. By the end of these half-hour exercises, I was drenched in sweat in a way that I never am when I work out alone. Training with a real person is great, whether that's your group instructor or your coach or your personal trainer, but humans, they're expensive. For the rest of us, this $60 gadget is all you need.
what does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, US Navy, and other branches of the US government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the Collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the US government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped at the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness. Don't you think?
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government, and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
I'm about to expose everything you won't admit. And action! This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh.
But to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman. I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time.
My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room. They had no idea.
Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone.
Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada, was like, Canada, is your daughter making videos? And my mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're gonna go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and then have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010 and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oi, Lily, where the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone?
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And were pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about, like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name.
Maybe this should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She started a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up!
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I've really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views and the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
CTE is often found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s, and this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly affected.
McKee recently dissected the brain of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez, who was convicted of murder and later committed suicide.
You'll see right away that the brain is showing signs of shrinkage. You can see the crevices in the brain that you can't see in the normal.
McKee says Hernandez's severe case of CTE impacted his decision-making, depression, and ability to control rage and aggression. Right now, she thinks we're underestimating how many people have CTE.
We were able to distinguish between CTE and controls and CTE and Alzheimer's disease. The next question is, can we do this in the blood, and can we do this in living people? And we aren't there yet with those answers.
But the need for a diagnosis in the living is motivating companies such as Quanterix in Lexington, Massachusetts, to work faster on technology that could diagnose concussions and CTE in as few as 30 minutes. Kevin Rosovsky is the CEO.
It's like a high-powered microscope, and so by doing that, we can see little biomarkers that you couldn't see before in the blood.
Quanterix received a grant from the NFL and just went public. Since then, its stock is up more than 40%. The company sells a machine called Simoa for $175,000 to other biotechs, hospitals, and researchers.
And for the first time in history, we're able to see brain health in blood, and that's a major breakthrough, and that's leading to less invasive testing, and we've already been able to see evidence of concussions, and there's the beginning evidence of being able to see the accumulated effect of concussions.
Quanterix is also trying to detect Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS. Rosovsky says he thinks diagnosing concussions will be easier than diagnosing CTE.
Diagnosing CT in the living probably is a couple years away. We're real excited to see the progress, but reducing some of that work into actual tests in a laboratory takes time. There's regulatory approvals, there's a lot of red tape that you have to go through.
Also in this race to diagnose CTE in the blood are Athlon Medical and Exosome Sciences. And New York's Mount Sinai Hospital is scanning for the disease in the living. But it's just one step in a series of questions for those with serious head trauma. There's still no cure for CTE.
Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective or not. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
Wine is a $300 billion global industry where one person's opinion can make fortunes or break them. That's because of this man, Robert Parker, and his newsletter, The Wine Advocate. For 3 decades, he dominated as the world's most influential wine critic. Now Parker's protege is building an empire of his own. Antonio Galloni runs Vinous.
Antonio, tell me, what are you trying to build at Vinous?
Well, at Vinous, we started with the idea in 2013 of building a world-class platform. We have a database of about 250,000 professionally written reviews. On Delectable, we have 7 million user reviews. Through Delectable, we also have a partnership with Whole Foods and several other partnerships that we can't announce just yet. And when you put that all together, what we have is something that no other company in our space can even come close to.
Do you think of yourself as the next Parker?
Not at all.
Why?
Because Steve Jobs said you can't live your life trying to be somebody else. So he's one of my biggest influences, and I've never wanted to be a replica of somebody else because a replica is never as good as the original. Bob is a genius, fantastic, one of a kind. We're going to be something completely different, and I have no desire to be some version of somebody else.
Different in what way?
Every decision that I've made at this company is completely anathemic to what Bob did with his company. I want our writers to be partners. All of my senior people are locked into the company. They all have equity or they have a path to equity based on business results. That's something that we never had at Parker. Our benefits are world-class, and everything that we've done at Vinous is completely different from that model. When Steve Tanzer, who is the most experienced active wine critic in America, wants to work with us, that says something. When Alessandro Masnaghetti, who's the best cartographer of of vineyards, wants to work with us, that says something. When Neil Martin, who's a superstar wine critic with enormous experience in Bordeaux and Burgundy and the former lead critic at The Advocate, wants to come and be part of our team, that says something.
You make it sound like The Wine Advocate was a disaster as a company and a miserable experience as an employee.
No, it was great because I got to work with Bob Parker when he was in his prime, and Bob was like a second father to me, and we talked on the phone all the time, and he gave me great advice.
Can anyone's palate dominate the wine criticism business the way Parker's did, and should anyone's palate dominate it the way his did?
I just think the world is very different today. It's just a totally different world. It's probably not healthy to have a single person dominating the world.
It's not even wine criticism, it's the wine industry.
Yeah, that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world. But I think that there's just such an opportunity right now with social media and technology to reach such a massive number of people that I think it's possible that 1 or 2 people will actually have more influence than Bob Parker did, because they will, again, this goes back to your first question, not trying to be a version of somebody else. You see this in sports all the time. It's like, oh, well, nobody will ever beat this record. And then somebody comes along, it's like tennis, Pete Sampras. Nobody's ever going to win as many Grand Slams. Now you have 2 guys who are ahead of that and 1 knocking on the door. And so I think a lot like that.
You're a former investment banker. How does that inform and influence what you're doing and what you've done?
My generation has had to deal with a lot more challenges. That's why I think we're actually much better poised for the future. My first job in finance, the first thing that happened was long-term capital, 1998. Then the tech bubble melted down. Then there was a mutual fund trading scandal. That was all like within about 5 or 6 years. And these are the things that I had to deal with as a young executive. My peers who were 20 years older didn't know how to manage in crisis. They'd only seen Black Monday. They'd just been in a big bull market. It's very different. So I'm very lucky. People of my generation or a little bit younger have actually had to deal with a lot more crises. I think that's actually good for learning how to cope with challenges in business.
From the outside, it kind of looks like you're trying to demolish the house that Parker built, right? You left The Wine Advocate.
Yeah.
You merged with one of his chief rivals.
Yeah.
And you just hired his successor, Neil Martin.
Mm-hmm.
So are you?
I think what that says is that all the best people want to work at our company, and that's really what we strive to create starting in 2013. We wanted to create a world-class company that would attract the best-in-class talent, and not just on the content side, on the technology side, on the digital side, our office, and at every level, what we're trying to, we only hire superstars, and we're looking for those superstars.
In the world of professional wrestling, there's something called a swerve.
Hulk Hogan has betrayed WCW.
Some examples. These tag team partners are called babyfaces, or the good guys. Then one of them swerves when he super kicks his tag team partner in the head, quickly assuming the role of the bad guy, or what the wrestling world calls the heel.
Are you kidding? What a despicable act that was!
Or a match is almost lost when, what's that? The superstar wrestler appears out of nowhere sprinting down the aisle to save the match.
That's the Warriors music! That's the Ultimate Warrior!
That's a swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling Entertainment, known as the WWE, the most popular brand of sports entertainment in the world, is prepared for any swerves that come their way. So here's the story of how the WWE learned to see the swerve coming. So I spoke to Bloomberg reporters Felix Gillette.
I'm a writer for Bloomberg News for the global business team.
And Kim Basine.
And I'm the U.S. luxury reporter at Bloomberg.
To find out exactly how the WWE is positioning itself for an all-out global invasion, which starts with a massive change to their lucrative pay-per-view model.
WWE basically pioneered the pay-per-view model on cable. I remember as a kid when the pay-per-view events came up, all of our friends would scramble around and try and get one of the parents to pay for it.
But in 2014, they took a huge risk.
They saw a little bit sooner than some of the other entertainment brands that where this whole thing was moving was away from cable and satellite television and towards on-demand streaming video apps. They made this risky decision, in essence cannibalizing that pay-per-view model, which they had essentially built.
And after some early turbulence, it's working. Roughly 1.5 million people are paying $9.99 a month for the WWE app, making it the 5th most popular streaming OTT service. This adapt-or-die approach is in the WWE's DNA. Over the past 30 years, the company always seems to think 2 steps ahead. In the early 90s,
WWE was at its most threatened when Ted Turner took them on with WCW,
which stands for World Championship Wrestling. And back then, the WCW was winning the ratings war. So in order to compete with them,
WWE had changed its product from a family-friendly kind of cartoonish style to this really raw. That's why they called their show Raw. It was this raw style of wrestling.
With violent, outrageous, reality-inspired plot lines and aggressive personas.
From a 16-foot ladder!
And they won that fight against Ted Turner, and they bought WCW.
The early 2000s ushered in an era of testosterone-driven programming aimed at the red-blooded American male.
Bra and panties matches, and people smash each other over their head with like barbed wire bats and things like that.
Until 2015, when WWE fans started a hashtag Give Divas a Chance. Since then, WWE has hired 40 more female wrestlers, and that growing cast of female characters was part of a much larger plan.
They started to try to appeal to a broader set of people.
Let's attract more female fans. And after we've attracted more female fans, let's attract more international fans. They're broadening their base, and they're doing that in large part to make it more advertising friendly.
And not just friendly to advertisers.
They're trying to build up their fan base in China. They're trying to build up their fan base in Europe. They, already have a pretty good fan base in India.
India is a place where they already have an established wrestling culture.
Because of the gigantic Indian wrestler, the Great Khali. But there's still a lot of work to do. While the WWE set a revenue record in 2017, only 30% of it is coming from an overseas audience. And there's one person whose responsibility is to grow that number.
The buck eventually stops at Vince McMahon, no matter what's happening within WWE.
Yeah, he's a very controlling guy, and it's a very, very, very tightly scripted company.
And that goes all the way down the board to big stars' entrance music. And their outfits and things like that.
So with a CEO like McMahon always planning 2 moves ahead and an aggressive push into multiple international markets, a big issue is money.
It's hard to do all those things simultaneously without committing a huge amount of capital to it.
And that's where the WWE becomes an attractive company for buyers.
Potentially, one thing that could happen with WWE is they could benefit by being acquired by a bigger technology or telecom company, an Amazon or Facebook or a 21st Century Fox.
So with a market cap of $2.8 billion, the advantage of owning 100% of their own content, and a rapid consolidation spreading throughout the entertainment industry, it looks like the WWE is well positioned, even if there are swerves ahead.
Dara, thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
I've always been relieved ever since you were appointed, because at least until your appointment, I seem to have the most unpronounceable name. But now we will keep it as Dara and John. This conference is called The Year Ahead, but in your case, you are close to 6 months into the job. And I wondered what you saw in terms of the year ahead at Uber as your biggest challenge. What's the thing that you think about most when it comes to 2018?
We definitely have our share of challenges at Uber. And for me, where I want to get Uber to the year ahead is a year of normalcy. 2017 was, I think, will go down as one of the most difficult years for any company out there. And I have to give credit to the Uber team and the employees there. It is a group of true believers who believe in our mission, who believe in mobility as a service being available to consumers everywhere at a reasonable cost. And what my job in 2018 is to get rid of the distractions and get the company back to business, get the company back to normalcy. There's a lot that we've done in the past 6 months as far as bringing in new investors, driving a new culture and norms where doing the right thing, period, comes first, bringing a new management team, et cetera. There's a lot that we've gotten done, but this is a company that knows how to execute. This is a service. Mobility as a service is something that's universal, that's needed in the world, and I just want to get back to doing business.
It's quite interesting. You said true believers.
Yep.
Normally, true believers are the last possible people where you're able to change a culture. Can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I think that they understand that mobility as a service, bringing the cost of transportation down, making transportation services available to anyone and everyone on a local basis, and partnering with cities to be a solution to traffic, to pollution, etc. That is a mission that they all believe in. And I think that they, having seen what happened in 2017, to some extent the crisis, the enormous crisis that the company has gone through, is a benefit because everybody at the company knows now that we need to change, that we need to break with the past as far as the way the company was run. We need to go from growth at any cost to responsible growth and growth in partnership with other players out there. That's clear, but now I've got to kind of get the company down to the normalcy of execution, of building great technology, and I think we're going to get there. It's still some tough sledding early on, but I absolutely think we're going to get there.
When you talk about execution, is profits one of the things you want to get? I think you lost $4 billion last year.
Well, profits,
peanuts by the standards of
profits would help. So at some point we absolutely have to become profitable, and that's part of the plan.
But do you have a kind of goal for that? Do you think you should be profitable by 2022 or by 2020?
I think that we'll be profitable before 2022. This is the business itself.
Do you want to come back a bit closer, 2020?
Yeah, listen, it's not going to, I don't want to name a specific year, but this is a business that the core business, the ride-sharing business, can be profitable within 3 years. We will continue to make very aggressive investments in building out autonomy because we think that's a terrific opportunity for building out new technologies such as Uber Elevate, where near-term profitability is not a goal, but long-term growth is. So we will look to balance near-term profitability, but as a company, we will always be a company that makes big, bold bets and takes big risks.
To what extent, though, do you think that drive to become profitable fights against a little bit of this culture change? If you want to make, you talked about making money, but not at all costs. Do those two things spar against each other?
I don't think that profitability and culture are their issue. The company in the past was willing to make trade-offs as it related to